Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the World Bank Group headquarters and day 2 of the 36th Annual Bank Conference on Development Economics. This year, we introduced the inaugural Stanley Fischer Memorial Lecture, a tribute to contributions of Dr. Stanley Fischer to the field of development economics. The lecture aims to inspire and provoke discussion on the pressing issues of our time. Let me invite Indermit Gill, our host and World Bank Group Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics, to introduce the first speaker for this new series, former President of the World Bank Group, Mr. Robert Zoellick.
So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. And we're sorry we're starting a little late today. But it's both an honor and a pleasure to introduce Bob. I'm sure you know all about him. But I want to tell you that it's an honor because he was my boss. And it's a pleasure because I loved working with him. Okay? So you all know Bob's achievements. He was US Trade Representative, Deputy Secretary of State, World Bank President, and he's a professor of public policy. Actually, his achievements are in progress. He's actually writing a book, and today he'll be talking about some of the work that he's doing, not the work he has done already. Okay. So I'm going to take 2 minutes to tell you a few things about what it was like to work for Bob. So just like Ajay is known for replying promptly to his emails, Bob was known for carefully reading his emails, okay, and his briefs, right? So he was, so if when you wrote a brief for him, you could be sure that it would be read promptly and carefully, and you'd get feedback in writing. I'm not exaggerating a bit, okay? Every brief, by the way, that I wrote for him, I got feedback from him. So naturally, when you knew that, you put in a lot of thought into every brief that he asked you to do, because you know that your work counted, right? So it really sort of increased the amount of attention to detail that we had. The second thing is that Bob is one of the most disciplined people I have worked for. He was known for his daily 8:30 a.m. meetings with all the vice presidents. I don't know if you guys heard of those meetings. And they were legendary, by the way. So I'll just paint a picture for you. The picture was there was a big table, and Bob would sit in the middle of one side, and he would go anti-clockwise, I think, pretty much always anti-clockwise, I think, and get updates from his managing directors and his vice presidents. And it would immediately be clear that he'd been up for several hours, okay? Because he was up to date on all the news. So he knew what was going on in every region. So one day, so occasionally I would actually attend those meetings on behalf of my boss. A lot of bosses wanted somebody else to go and attend those meetings, by the way. So somebody once asked me what those meetings were like as I was rushing to get to one of them. And so I just said, there's this one early bird, and there are a lot of early worms. Okay. Anyway, but I think that was not a bad description of those meetings. The one thing though was I noticed in those meetings that Bob was pretty demanding of his direct reports, his VPs and his MDs, but he was very kind and very gentle with people who were not his direct reports, people like me, right? So he was very kind, and it was very encouraging thing. So I didn't mind attending those meetings, and I suspect that a lot of the people who were attending instead of their bosses didn't mind them either, because Bob was so kind and encouraging. So one more thing, and then I turn the mic over to Bob. You may not know this, but a lot of the things that you see in terms of open data, data 360, and so on, and access to these data, I know that academics like Danny and others, they don't sort of value the analysis that World Bank does, right? Because it's propaganda, right? We know that. But our data, I know that academics do. I mean, I remember when I was an academic, I would use World Bank data every day. I would use World Bank, so I would use World Bank reports mainly to sort of get my students to find the big errors in them and that kind of thing, okay? But the data, fantastic. So, Haishan is here, Craig is here. I mean, this is something that he left as a legacy for us, a great one. So actually, Haishan just told me that, that this was 2 decades ago, and this has led a global movement actually towards open data. So we acted as leaders, we acted as an example for the others. And now actually the bank offers a data 360 that brings together 300 million data points, Bob, and 1,000 indicators, okay? And we open this to the world through what Bob will remember as the Global Data Gateway, right? And Bob, last year, more than 108 million people went through that gateway. So one last thing, when Bob was president, I was writing the World Development Report, right? And I distinctly remember briefing him about it. And I remember, I think somebody said that they would try to make sure that the World Development Report doesn't, get the bank in trouble. And Bob interrupted and he said, no. He said, I don't mind at all if you get me in trouble. So go right ahead. If you work for a year on something, there are some things that we're probably doing wrong, and that means that it'll get me in trouble. He said, I don't mind at all, okay? So not just open data, but open ideas, right? Great person to work with, and I'm sure he'll be great for us to listen to today. Please, Bob.
Thank you, Indermit. Thank you so much. So I have to thank Indermit for those very generous remarks. I don't know, Indermit, if you do memorial events. I don't have a particular time, but, and I apologize to all of you for starting a little late. As Indermit said, I was here on time. And as he mentioned, actually, I adjusted for the World Bank. The morning meeting was at 8:40, not 8:30. But as Indermit cautioned me this morning, he said, people from the World Bank come in a little later. So we gave everyone an extra 15 minutes. I'll share with you one other anecdote about this open data initiative. So I used to attend conferences like this around the world, and professors would come up with me and say, look, the World Bank has some extraordinary data, but you charge for it. And so I'd go back to the DEC team and say, why are we charging for this data? And they had a good response. They said, look, we're mashing it. We're adjusting it in different ways. We have to get compensated. After about my third effort at this, I learned a bureaucratic lesson. And that is, I discovered that this created a slight budget offset for DEC. So the reason that we were charging was, of course, it gave them an extra few $1 million a year. So we worked with DEC and figured out how to offset that and open the data. So the key lesson for many of you is it's not only economics, it's bureaucratic politics to learn how to work. But I'd like to thank Indermit and Masood Ahmad and my friends at the Lee Kuan Yew School and all of you for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure to be back at the World Bank. I had an opportunity to meet President Ajay Banga as I came in, and I know that he supports the bank's special role as a sponsor of development research, even though he has his hands full with many daily challenges. And I'm especially honored to give the first lecture memorializing the many contributions of Stanley Fischer. I was privileged to know Stan in a number of his roles over the years. Of course, he was an extraordinary economist, but I think equally important, he really ranked at the very top as a mentor of talented students who would leave their own marks. All around the world, I encounter people who studied with Stanley Fischer, and there's no better legacy for a professor than to leave a group of students who he helped give a start. And to crown all those talents, Stan was a very kind and thoughtful person. In my years at the bank, I regularly arranged one-on-one lunches with Stan. And I think I saw his true character when I observed that some things seem to work in practice, if not in theory. Now, others are more qualified to speak to Professor Fischer's contributions to scholarship. But as you know, Stan was also a policy practitioner here at the World Bank, the IMF, the Bank of Israel, the Federal Reserve. And that experience bears upon the topic that I've been asked to speak today, geopolitics and development. Stan's life personified the importance of appreciating the political context in which economic policymakers must operate. His life encompassed war and peace, stagnation and dynamism, crises and revivals, and it ranged from small and developing economies to global powers. So in many respects, Stan's life previewed the perspective that I'm going to share with you today. Now, in my experience, economists are usually attracted to mathematics and models, leaving history and institutions on the scholarly sidelines. And historians treat economics as an afterthought at best. But in my experience, an appreciation of economic history and knowledge of institutions and certainly local conditions, the old field of what we used to call political economy provides the foundation for actually making policy. Geopolitics, broadly understood as a mix of power politics, geography, security, and I would add ecology, furnishes the framework in which development economics must operate and adapt. Crises, shocks, showdowns, even breakdowns often create conditions in which new ideas emerge. Harold James, who is a true economic historian, just published a book explaining how 7 crises shaped globalization. So this morning, I'll offer a historical context for thinking about geopolitics and development, and then I'll hazard some ideas and considerations for the years ahead. So the European age of discovery and empires emerged from a search for political and economic power through commanding trade routes, territories, resources and precious metals, and subject peoples. Advances in marine and military technologies accelerated this early modern era. But the motivations were not just economic and technological. People were inspired by religious missions, by a sense of glory, royal favor, adventurism, entrepreneurialism, curiosity, and a capacity for violence. The Europeans encountered other empires in India, China, and across East Asia, into America and Africa, with effects that last through today. In some temperate climates, Europeans settled colonies supported by slavery and exploitation and decimation of native peoples. This was the economic era of mercantilism and imperialism. Now, by the early 19th century, colonies in North and South America had won their independence, and they began to explore their places within a new type of international economy. European famines in the 1840s precipitated movements of people, capital, and goods, a deeper type of global integration. Steamships quickened transports. The New World expanded the supply of food and other commodities. Then failed political revolutions in Europe added to the emigration. New institutions, both governmental and private, arose to deal with the financial and logistical problems of this era. And the monetary system expanded with gold discoveries. Governments liberalized trade, opening opportunities for more private actors. And countries began hosting world fairs to try to market themselves, but also to share ideas. By the middle of the 19th century, national and geopolitics altered this international economics and development further. The Union's victory in the US Civil War and the Meiji Restoration in Japan began a new era of nation building. Wars of unification in Germany and Italy created new national and would-be imperial powers. The new European order precipitated the so-called scramble for Africa and a search for resource wealth with investments in infrastructure, but not in people. About the same time, the Qing dynasty crushed the Taiping Rebellion, but struggled to modernize. Another race, this time for colonies and concessions in China, threatened to fragment China like Africa had just been done. European powers imposed developmental learning on the Chinese, for example, through the Chinese Maritime Customs Service. The Russian Empire stretched across to the Pacific. This was the century of humiliation that Xi Jinping recalls regularly today. In the late 19th century, the recently independent states of Latin America also fought for wars in their continent for resources, territory, and maritime access. And as you know, some of those issues persisted today. As geopolitics redrew maps, developments in technology filled in the interconnections. The new infrastructure, railroads, telegraph lines and oceanic cables, bigger steamships, the Suez and other canals underpin both national and international expansions. Geography seemed to shrink. New supplies flooded markets. Governments developed company laws, civil services, and financial markets. But the resulting transformation was complex, troublesome, and even brutal. The history of the late 19th century is recorded through deflation, financial crisis, and defaults, and a process that winnowed producers. This time, falling gold production created uncertainties about money as well. Political economy thinkers sought parallels with recent scientific hypotheses about biological evolution and survival. New ideas emerged, ranging from socialism and communism to the vitality of national will and even cultures in conflict. By 1900, the competition produced what today's scholars would describe as a multipolarity of powers. They were jostling in a contest of strength and national ideologies. Now, the outbreak of World War I in 1914 at first arrested this globalization, but then it quickly rechanneled globalization into new forms. Wars, especially long ones, depend as much on economic resilience as they do on military arms. The war stimulated a world of new production, channeling food, materials, even manpower into a cauldron of destruction in Europe. Blockades led to shortages in war zones, compelling governments to plan and now organize for scarcity. War finance required asset sales, new taxes, requisitions, controls on foreign exchange, and forced savings. So in a flash, globalization had turned from vast markets reflecting private and individual choices to a government-controlled collective redistribution of resources. But then the aftermath of the Great War transformed the world economy yet again. 4 great dynastic empires collapsed. War refugees flooded borders, but the great migrations of the 19th century subsided. The winners wanted to impose the costs on the defeated. The losers sought to avoid the costs through inflation and defaults. The earlier supply expansions led to gluts when Europe started to recover and the Soviet Union forcefully industrialized. Devaluation of devaluations and to assist exports increased the burden of foreign debt. Inflation during this era even challenged ethical values and certainly undermined political confidence. And the political instability made foreign investment even more challenging. The efforts to reinvent internationalism unfortunately foundered. So the interwar years included multiple paths towards recovery and development. In the later 1920s, the US actually pushed ahead quite successfully. Innovations in electricity and industrial organization led to a productivity boom in the United States, encouraging a financial exuberance. Some economists look at the AI revolution today and wonder if this is the next of the general purpose technologies. Japan's export industry expanded, and it looked to new markets, including in China. The Soviet Union demonstrated a new, especially harsh way to industrialize. So markets, politics, and policies interacted awkwardly in this period. The US market crash of 1929 might have only precipitated a nasty recession, but a combination of policy mistakes tipped markets and confidence into the Great Depression. The wrong monetary policies led to bank failures, a collapse of credit, forced sales of assets, and then a downward spiral from there. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act closed U.S. markets further, spurring retaliation. As U.S. demand fell and capital exports retreated, other countries couldn't pay their debts. And the peripheral developing economies, which had arose during the economic boom from World War I, relied heavily on foreign purchases and finance, and they were trapped in this system. Not surprisingly, countries opted to cut links with an international system that seemed to be imposing deflation and depression. Governments turned to autarky and forms of economic nationalism. The London Economic Conference of 1934 failed to create a collective response. And so countries began to look for scapegoats. Japan invaded Manchuria. Hitler targeted enemies at home and soon throughout Europe with his economic model of Lebensraum. Stalin purged Soviet institutions and peoples. And then the surviving empires retreated behind imperial trade preferences, preparing supply lines for war. Now, the memory of these failures haunted later generations, but I sometimes worry if the memory is too distant today. As Nicholas Mulder discusses in a very intriguing book called The Economic Weapon, the World War I experience planted the seeds of another experiment in fusing economics and security. The officials who had operationalized the blockades of war tried, with the focus through the new League of Nations, to deter future wars by inventing the use of economic sanctions. The experiments usually failed, but they certainly left a legacy of tools of economic coercion that have been retried especially frequently over the past couple decades. In the closing years of World War II, the US, Britain, and others made a first effort to recreate an international economy out of the ashes of the war. But the architects of Bretton Woods in 1944 did not aim to promote a new globalization. Instead, they were trying to revive and reconnect different systems of national economies and markets while managing sources of conflict. The governments of that era were still working with ideas about planning and development, ranging from the American New Deal to Keynes's views about macroeconomics to Sun Yat-sen's vision of national modernization. The charter for the new International Bank for Reconstruction and Development actually grew out of an earlier plan for an inter-American bank that would provide public finance. And as you know well, the World Bank's mission was both reconstruction and development. The post-war leaders soon recognized that the new institutions had to be highly adaptive. International economic revival and development became a process, not a structured plan. As Ben Steele has observed, the Bretton Woods system had been based on four assumptions: US-Soviet cooperation, a pasteurized Germany after a deindustrialization, a safe receding of the British Empire, and a reestablishment of global trade backed by modest balance of payment support from the IMF. Within 2 years, by 1947, each of these assumptions proved wrong. So George Marshall and his team had to begin anew. After the effort to create a new international trade organization floundered, the GATT negotiations substituted, but world trade returned to its former levels only slowly. In 1913, trade accounted for about 13.4% of world output. Now that figure fell from 13.4 to 10.8 by 1929, and it was only at 6.5% by 1950, 5 years after the end of World War II. By 1960, trade had revived to 8.1% of world output. It hit 9.5% in 1970, but these numbers were still short of the numbers of 1913 and 1929. It took until 1990 for trade to reach 18.2% of goods production, but even in 1990, the textiles, apparel, and agriculture areas were not fully integrated in the system. Geopolitics divided the world into two blocks, with the world's market economies revived by the US demand and financing. Reconstruction and development grew in tandem, especially as decolonization expanded interests in more regions. As I hope many of you know, the World Bank's first loan was to France. Its second loan was to Chile. From 1946 to 49, 81% of World Bank loans were to Europe, only 19% in Latin America. Between 1950 and 59, however, 38% of World Bank loans were to Asia, 22% to Latin America, 15% to Africa, 5% to the Middle East and North Africa, but still 20% for Europe. The Cold War rivalry, combined with decolonization, heightened competition between centrally planned socialism and developmental capitalism. Arnie Vested, now at Yale, observed that Washington and Moscow were contesting the very concept of economic modernity. And the new discipline of development economics, it first recommended transferring capital, especially for infrastructure, and a big push to achieve balanced growth. Others focused on putting labor to work through industrialization, in part from the Soviet experience. Agriculture looked less promising to early development theorists, but then Norman Borlaug and his Green Revolution combined advances in plant genetics with simple innovations to increase supply. Then these agricultural successes converged with a political interest in land reform. John F. Kennedy's New Frontiersmen argued that modernization theory offered a counter to communism by transitioning traditional societies through stages of growth. The new USAID managed the front lines of this rural development strategy. And under Robert McNamara, the World Bank vastly expanded its lending for health and education to try to reduce poverty. Research on diseases helped WHO to resist and even eliminate some diseases. In 1972, McNamara persuaded Hollis Chenery and Simon Kuznets, who had just received the Nobel Prize for Economics, to build the World Bank's quantitative research capacity. And the bank's focus on statistics, analysis, and development became a very proud part of its mission through today and this conference. As Indermit mentioned, in a modest way, I was hoping that the Open Data Initiative, trying to make the World Bank's data more available, would partly help democratize development research. Now, debates on development economics were always infused by ideas from politics and security. In 1973, UNCTAD called for a new international economic order to try to break free from old dependencies. That same year, OPEC, oil embargo, announced a change of power and shift to some commodity producers and a revived interest in energy security. The theorists of big, comprehensive development plans were then surprised by a more focused approach, export-led growth, pioneered by Japan, then South Korea, and others in Southeast Asia. This model relied on foreign markets, legal and property rights, an undervalued exchange rate, and sources of credit to expand industries. At the same time, in the 1970s, the economies of the developed world began to sputter. They faced higher energy costs and shocks, increasing export competition, and the fixed rate exchange rate system began to break down. And if you look at the literature, the language of crises starts to replace the discussions of progress. So when I began studying economics in the 1970s, the big question was whether stagflation could be overcome. As during other times of troubles, publics and peoples were often tempted to blame others. Ideas for protection gained popularity. Yet crises can spur very different ideas. New technologies, especially for information, and new uses of old technologies, in this case, containerization, created new outlets for competition and gains. The move of labor from old manufacturing to new services was wrenching, but it revived growth. A financial revolution made it easier to transfer capital around the world, with both promise and dangerous effects. The G7 economies tried a mix of deregulation, liberalization, monetary discipline, and openness. In contrast, the Soviet bloc could not keep up, and the USSR became reliant on commodity productions, precipitating a collapse when energy prices plummeted in the 1980s. By the end of the 1980s, the people in the planned economies of Central and Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, frankly, wanted the lives that they observed just across the border in Europe. And with the end of the Cold War, Europe, the Eastern economies, together launched what became a very rocky transition, but the EU became a very important magnet for a Europe whole and free. The East Asian economies were embracing development strategies based on trade, foreign investment, and international linkages. Under Deng Xiaoping, China experimented with reform and opening up, beginning what became the most important economic transformation of the past half century. And in 1991, a balance of payments crisis in India began to change the old order there as well. The world market economy surged from about 1 billion to 5 or 6 billion people in basically the flash of an eye. One would expect that this transition would prove disruptive, and it was. The creation of the WTO in the early 1990s further opened the trading system. Financial, debt, and exchange rate crisis overwhelmed fragile and unprepared banking systems in Latin America, East Asia, and Russia. And critics of globalization began to mobilize, although under very different banners. A number of emerging markets opted to generate trade surpluses and savings as a cushion against instability. China's growth boosted commodity prices, helping many other emerging markets. China's production contributed to a great moderation in prices. Supply and logistics change integrated production much more tightly while also transferring know-how. But low-cost capital and easy monetary policies boosted asset prices, especially in property markets. So the relatively benign world of politics seemed to facilitate a new positive pathway for economic geography. Then the terrorist attacks of 9/11/2001, including on the World Trade Tower, targeted the heart of this international economic system. The United States and others resisted the impulse to close borders, which was very strong because of the danger. The G7 instead forgave debts to ease the burden on poorer countries. And importantly, again, new technologies, the internet, mobile phones, iPhones with multiple apps, supercharged the dynamics of information flows and services. In 2008 and 2009, the bubbles burst. This time, the shock came from developed economies, and especially the United States, as a collapse in housing finance spread to banking and credit markets. For a time, the forum for action shifted from the old G7 to the G20. Behind the scenes, the revival depended heavily on US and Chinese fiscal stimulus and innovative central bankers around the world. Somewhat ironically, given the origin of the crisis, the United States dollar was in great demand for a safe haven, making Federal Reserve swap lines indispensable. The new euro faced a very painful test, eventually leading the ECB to, quote, do what it takes under Mario Draghi, and the EU to experiment with mutualized debt. But fixes to one day's problems often invite new challenges. In this case, the uncertain effect of QE policies and led to issues about the exit from what is an era of extraordinary monetary policies. At the same time, some of the older embers from the past started to flare up again. Vladimir Putin began a campaign to force Ukraine to yield territory, sovereignty, and independence, as Moscow sought to regain old Russian lands. Economic nationalism reignited too, because governments didn't want their stimulus and bailout money to be spent on foreigners. Collapsing growth in the Middle East and North Africa challenged Europe's ability to try to absorb desperate people. Trade protectionism crept back in. Even when countries gained from foreign investment, they became wary of foreign influence. The pandemic of 2020 underscored the risks of interconnections, even though the international trading system assisted with the adaptive response. Today, in 2025, the phenomena of globalization have not gone away. Consider the challenges of migration, energy, climate, disease, capital trade flows, and debt. But the governance of globalization has fragmented. The major powers and many other countries have contrasting views and visions of globalization. It would be much harder to catalyze a coordinated inter-response to a shock today than it was in 2008. Harold James has suggested that the first reaction in crisis is to pull back, to seek national autonomy and self-reliance. But then countries recognize the need to try to find international solutions, or they break down into conflict. Perceptions of domestic and geopolitical interests dominate, but then national leaders have to determine how will they navigate issues of coordination, even accommodation with others. Which brings us to the geopolitical outlook for the decade ahead. Consider the changed security context that many of us assumed over decades. The long-lasting norm against changing borders through force is breaking down. Ukraine, of course, offers the starkest example, but consider territorial changes in sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East. Maritime insecurity threatens freedom of the seas, especially in the Western Pacific and the Middle East. And then there is President Trump's claim for Greenland. Nuclear weapons states will likely proliferate, reversing a 50-year restraint that had surprised the experts. If the United States assurances to allies wither, look for a rush to nuclear arms in Asia, the Gulf, and even Europe. Defense spending will rise. As in the past, I would expect a symbiosis between military investments and cutting-edge technologies. Cybersecurity and gray area conflicts will test both governments and businesses. Organized crime networks will work from places of weak governance, reaching far across their borders. Over a decade ago, I encouraged the World Bank to work on the special multidisciplinary problems of post-conflict and fragile states. So I noted recently with interest when the World Bank reported that 60% of the people living in extreme poverty are living in conflict economies. Energy security challenges will also be back, and they will intersect with the development agenda. AI is driving a huge additional demand for sources of energy, even as the world seeks to transition from carbon fuels. I expect to see a multiplicity of resources enhanced by technological innovation. But innovation depends on the pace of adoption and diffusion, not just the technology. Grid interconnections will be as vital as production of new supplies. And developing economies will need assistance with adaptation and building resilience. Demographics will also redesign the world maps of the world economy. Aging, the need for workers and migrants will change the size and composition of nations, as the World Bank's World Development Report of 2023 forewarned. But the economics of migration depend on the politics of absorption, nationalism, flight, and job markets. The geopolitics and changes in economic fundamentals will flow through to other issues: debt, finance, and money. In the past, financial overloads or crack-ups have been associated with surges in political populism. Increases in debt will put pressure on overstretched central banks and tempt governments to resort to strategies of financial repression. Watch out for higher real interest rates, reversing a downward trend over decades. Ken Rogoff is warning of a debt supercycle, with low, moderate income economies teetering on the edge. Financial innovation, including crypto and stablecoins, tokenization, will test both regulations and supervisors. The US dollar remains preeminent, but the politics will lead to increased decoupling of financial markets and frictions in currency markets. I think that the biggest looming risk is of deadlock instead of international cooperation when the next crisis hits, and it will. Geopolitics has pushed the international and trade investment area towards a zero-sum logic, somewhat reminiscent of the old mercantilism I described. The big economies will assert their economic power more bluntly and transactionally, including through tariffs, sanctions, rules of origin, and other barriers. We might see regional poles develop, but still with global interconnectivity. In the past, as the story of economic development is explained, export sectors have encouraged the transfer, not only of goods, but of ideas, and boosting productivity. Costs and prices will increase. Competing standards and rules will impede innovation and efficiency. The full impact of new general purpose technologies such as AI or energy technology depend on the pace of adoption and diffusion, including in developing economies. Nationalist leaders will be tempted to close borders, but doing so will slow their development and undermine their resiliency. Trade is like water. If you add barriers, the flow will eventually change into new channels, perhaps with new patterns of integration, as we're already seeing across East, South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. This system, or perhaps non-system, that follows the ruptures of today will depend in large part on how the big powers perceive the intersection of national with systemic interests. Given the past importance of the United States, its size, innovation, debts, money, and military will depend on the vagaries of US policy. I think this will be a test of a decade, not just of a few years. China's choices will be critical too, especially whether it wants to revise the current system to foster Beijing's interests, or perhaps promote an alternative system, including in the digital economy. China's dual circulation strategy suggests one path, as does the ongoing adaptation of Belt and Road. The tributary state model of China has appealed to its leaders throughout history. The EU is struggling to achieve greater cohesion for purposes of security, economic influence, and technology. Now, the story of European integration has been told through chapters of crisis, and if successful again, Europe will be a primary actor. Japan and the UK, major islands on the periphery of geopolitical Eurasia, will endeavor to balance their internal reforms with international influence. And this, I think, will be true of South Korea as well. The development of India, ASEAN, and the Gulf states on the south, southeast, and southwest borders of Eurasia will weigh in the new global economic balance as well. When I served at the World Bank, I promoted the middle-income countries as beneficiaries of the World Bank, but also I wanted them to contribute to the changing multilateral system. So I'm pleased again that the bank's recent World Development Report returned to the difficult question of the so-called middle-income trap. The demographics of sub-Saharan Africa will fill in all future maps of economic geography. In 2026-27, the working age population of sub-Saharan Africa will likely surpass that of all developed regions, and in a few more years, those numbers will exceed China's workforce as well. The reordering of geopolitics in the world economy prompts questions about the future roles of the legacy multilateral institutions. Can they hold on? Can they help hold the system together? Can they assist with another adaptation? Global threats do not necessarily lead to global responses. The geopolitical mindset can limit national political capacity for cooperation. To a degree, dynamic private actors, business, technology, civil society, can offer alternatives. But the world would lose a very important binding agent, a public good, if the multilateral institutions and regions wither. And the plight of the World Trade Organization is a forewarning. Now, this audience is especially well aware of learning from multilateral experience and the need for continuous adaptation. I have argued that the World Bank and IMF can help address the changes and challenges of different eras, even during crises, always by focusing on performance and results to try to show the value of the institutions. The multilateral institutions need to anticipate so as to try to nudge the international governance system towards greater flexibility and sometimes catalytic roles. And that's what I think Ajay and Kristalina at the IMF are seeking to do today. But even with the best analyses and intentions, one can only succeed when countries and clients take ownership and assume responsibility. I have always felt that's the heart of the development process. The countries must own their own programs. The multilaterals can help their client members understand this changing context, learn lessons from experience, and suggest ways to embrace and combine resources, funding, talent, and networks to help solve today's problems and prepare for future growth. Which brings me to a closing word to thank the sponsors of this conference. At times, I've been somewhat troubled by the course of developing economy scholarship. After reciting the economic history, I appreciate the need for humility given past experiences with grand schemes for development. And I enjoy reading and gaining the findings and insights from random controlled experiments. But I'm skeptical that lab trials will meet the needs of leaders and their supporting technocrats in developing economies. I hope that development economics can extend beyond miniature methods and reach across silos to help perceive interconnections across political and economic institutions, governance, macro and micro markets, and the changing world of geopolitics. And that is what your conference is encouraging. And that is what Stanley Fischer came to understand as a great scholar and a realistic practitioner. Thank you.
Very much, Bob. Thank you so much for this. So we will actually send you a transcript of this back, and maybe what we can do is, of course, we'll make it available on the conference website, but we were thinking also if we could actually put this out as a policy research working paper.
Of course, I'd be honored.
Thank you, sir. Bob has to leave pretty soon, but he's agreed to take some questions. So who wants to go first? Yes, please go to the mic and ask the question.
And maybe if you could give me your name and where you're from.
Yeah. And just keep it to questions. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, sir, for this very interesting presentation. My name is Alberta Hagen, and I'm from Ghana. Two questions. You indicated that during the 2007-2008 global financial crisis, given that the source of the crisis was from the advanced countries, the US dollar was increasingly this currency for safe haven. So could you please tell me why that was the case? And then my second question is, you indicated that during 2026-27, the working age of sub-Saharan Africa will increase, surpass that of the advanced economies. So could you maybe say something on how migration can responsibly help solve this employment issue in a win-win way for both sub-Saharan Africa and the developed economies? Thank you.
Okay, so I get asked a lot about the US dollar a lot. And I always start by reminding people, when they think of alternatives, they always have to ask, compared to what? And so the reason why there was a flight to the dollar in 2008 was it was the established safe haven. It was the same thing in the pandemic period. That's in part because of the history of well-developed, liquid, deep set of capital markets. The dollar is sort of a reliable asset. Now, recent turns in US policy lead some people to say, well, can you rely on that? That is sort of exceptional nature. My own sense is that for issues of fundamental reserves, that the dollar will retain its preeminent position. If you look at the history of dollar reserves, they were in the high 40s in around 91, 92. They went up to 70%. They're now in the high 50s, 57, 58. The difference, by the way, from 70 to today was picked up primarily not by China, but by Canada, Australia, Switzerland, sort of other developed economies. China's been bumping along about 2 to 3 to 4%. And that's in part because of choices the Chinese made, particularly after the 2015 sort of market shock, about kind of whether they were willing to run and open the international financial system in China. Having said that, I think you'll see the renminbi used more for transactional accounts, and you're seeing that already. And it's a little bit of a sort of an extension of what I was saying in terms of political economy. It's the influence of the Chinese market. It's their concern about the economic sanctions used in financial conditions. It's partly explains some of the interest in crypto as sort of an alternative. So your question is a good one, because what it allows one to do is to take each of these political elements and show how they have ripple effects over time. But there are some legacy aspects, including the network effect over the dollar. My biggest concern for the US, frankly, on that issue is the debt. So this is, I wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal this week where this is a topic that neither party is focused on. Our debt as a percentage of GDP is almost 100% now. The post-war high, I think in 1946, was 106%. We've got deficits of 6 to 7% as far as the eye can see. That's unusual at times of growth. This poses a fascinating question for macroeconomists. Fortunately, I'm not one of them, but I asked the question, which is, how long does this go on? And you see sometimes, you saw the pressure in France and some of the European countries. This is a concern in Britain with the pound. And I think this brings us right back to the political economy question. I think the best answer that I've heard is markets make some judgment on whether the political economy system could deal with the challenge and the threat, which is a hard thing to figure out. I will warn, however, since I'm a fan of Alexander Hamilton, the man, not only the musical, that once credit breaks, it breaks very quickly. So to me, if you look at the US history, US credit allowed us to buy Louisiana, it allowed us to succeed in the Civil War, it helped in 2 world wars, it helped with the recovery, it helped with the pandemic. To me, that's a vital asset, and people are not taking it seriously. But it's true for all economies too, as you know, in terms of the sort of the value of their debt position. That's why I think Ken Rogoff in his recent book makes this point, and others is focusing on this particularly for some of the developing economies. Your second question focused on migration and the working population. I would focus first on the development in sub-Saharan Africa. And I know that this is a strong issue on Ajay's agenda. He focuses on it in terms of jobs and opportunity. Of course, you have to create the enabling environment. That's part of the history of the development that I raced through in a few minutes here, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's electrification, and whether it's education and training, whether it's markets across Africa. And you know the story of this. It goes right back actually to some of the political and security issues. If you've got countries at war and conflicts across borders, it's much harder to do this. I was at Aspen I guess, the end of last week and over the weekend. And I was on a panel talking about trade and international economics. And the discussion focused on the competition with China on Africa and minerals. And I get to be a contrarian at this age, so I kind of took the opposite view. I said, that's a mistaken way to look at this, because I think the issue is what I mentioned, the working age population. And I put it in terms that related to your question, which was to say, if you look at overall demographics and if Africa doesn't grow, well, then people will move. And the World Bank, as you know, did a very interesting report on kind of the push and pull of development economics. I think I'm including it on a chapter in the book that I'm writing now, and there's some very interesting lessons about the flowback effects, whether it's remittances and talent and so on and so forth. So I think international migration policy from both sides is an important area to kind of get to recognize the challenges of absorption, the effect of local populations, but also kind of the system. The problem is in the political environment that I've mentioned, talk about a hot topic. I mean, this is the hottest of all topics. And in part, kind of my working belief is that while migration, and there's a big data analysis, by the way, called sort of Streets of Gold, that some, I think they're actually Israeli professors, but they're in the US. And it's fascinating, the use of big data to check the effects from second generations on and others. And you see the first generation makes some contributions, but it really zooms in the second and third generation. But they also point out that the biggest challenge is absorption. And it's the politics of managing migration that's critical, which brings us right back to the type of issues you've got on this conference. And I think you have a panel on this subject. It's a good point.
Next question, please ask.
My name is Danny Kuan. I'm from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Thank you for such an amazing lecture. My question is about leadership in the international economic system. In your romp through this wonderful history, leadership has been varied and different. But in the 20th century and since then, so much of our thinking on this has been informed by Charles Kindleberger's ideas on benevolent hegemony. Going forwards, what is your view on the source and nature of the leadership that will be forthcoming in the international economic system? Thank you.
Boy, if I could answer that one, I don't know, I'd make a lot of money in markets or write a good book or something. I'm glad you mentioned Charles Kindleberger, actually. I went to a college that had an honors program and they brought in outside examiners, and Charles Kindleberger was my outside examiner in economic history. And since this is a academic conference as well, it's quite interesting to watch the field. Charles Kindleberger was a classic of what I described as an institutional economic historian. He also had an interesting experience in markets, and of course, he'd been part of the Marshall Plan, so he had that experience. So a lot of insights still to be gained from Charles Kindleberger's work and some of his students, by the way, that grew from. Look, I'd like to be an optimistic, positive person, but to me, the biggest concern I have beyond the debt issue systemically today is that since World War II, the United States has played a very important systemic role. People in this audience around the world at times might not like how the U.S. put its weight around some of the choices, made mistakes, but nevertheless, if you think of coming out of the end of the fixed exchange rate regime in the 70s, in my experience, I worked with James Baker at the creation of the G7 coordination process in the late 80s, when the dollar was very high and you had protectionism. The financial and exchange rate crisis I mentioned in the 90s. George Bush's effort in 2001 to keep the U.S. market open, the efforts in 2008, 2009, the efforts in the pandemic. Faltering, sometimes not ideal, but nevertheless played a systemic role. My concern is, would the U.S. play that role today? And as of now, can't give you a straight answer on that, because sometimes crises force people to play roles they didn't intend. I've alluded to the Federal Reserve swap lines. Obviously, Federal Reserve doesn't like to publicize that more because it creates anxieties about its authority to be able to do that, but it plays an important role. And so that's why A little bit at the end, I tried to give you a sense there are other economic players and powers in the system. Now, from an intellectual point of view, this is quite interesting. I mean, could you have a multiple currency system? How would that work? And what role will China play? What role will Europe sort of play in the system? And this brings us right back to the World Bank and IMF, which is that without overstating the point, these institutions can become neutral ground. They can create a quiet place where it's not a bilateral exchange about how to address some of these problems. And again, intermittent reference, this is part of what, frankly, the World Bank did in 2008, 2009. You asked about the effect from developed countries in 2008. See, one of the wonderful examples of human agency was that the banking regulators, as they often do, started to shut the door of the barn after the horses left. And so they started to put in additional capital and regulatory requirements, including on trade finance. And fortunately, Pascal Lamy, my friend, was at the WTO, I was at the World Bank, and I could see the developing countries were going to get hit very, very badly on this. And so, fortunately, again, we had some standing with the banking regulators, and we worked with Standard Chartered Bank and others to say, look, these countries didn't cause the crisis. You're actually going to hurt them and remove their ability to help create international demand. So we helped address that problem. We did something similar for the bank with Central and Eastern European banks when they were pulling back the capital. So these are examples, actually, of where I alluded to this very quickly, but these institutions can often play catalytic roles on some of these problems, and they can create a context for some of these issues. Just two more thoughts on this. Look, this is perhaps a stretch, but if you look at some of the comments with the U.S. or at least Besant and others about China, there is an imbalances issue here about consumption and saving, but it's on both sides. It's on the U.S. side as well as the Chinese side. If I, in a positive moment, I could say, look, there's actually some area for the two, if both could deal with the structural issues of underconsumption in China and the need to build a safety net system, by the way, which is all in the U.S., the China 2030 report that the World Bank developed in 2012. But also on the U.S. side, you could actually have a more constructive context. Now, how would I start to do that? I've mentioned to Kristalina that I said, why not try to get use the SDR as your organizing device? And so get the US, China, the Eurozone countries, UK, Japan, and just have a regular session to talk about, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, off the record, how do you see the international economy and the potential for imbalances? This is not a silver bullet, but it's kind of a start in the process. And the second point I'd make, and I alluded to this as well, is that you're from Singapore. Singapore is obviously a small player, but Singapore punches above its weight. When I was at the World Bank, I hope you know this, I created a hub in Singapore. And in part because I'd had long relations with Singapore, I'd negotiated a free trade agreement. I knew it wanted international standing. And I thought it would help globalize the bank to have a hub that would also, our original idea was to focus on private sector flows for infrastructure and whether we could work with some lessons to move from one-offs to sort of a deal flow. And Singapore put in some money, helped us create the center, so on and so forth. We tried something similar in Nairobi, dealing with the fragile states conflict. And I was just mentioning the internet. I was trying to link that with the war studies part in King's College so as to learn from that. So these are not going to change the system by themselves. But the way I think about the World Bank, the IMF, and frankly, the WTO and others is these are valuable resources in the system. And if somehow we undermine them or remove them, we are weakening the thin fabrics that holds this system together. And so it's people, but it's also institutions.
We have time just for one more question. So you two will have to wrestle for the mic.
Can we take, do you have time for just, I'll give a quicker answer. We'll take both of them.
Well, thank you. I'm Phil Levy. I'm with the Global Trade Practice here at the World Bank. I wanted to ask you about the interplay between national security and economics. That, as you know very well, there have been provisions in global trade law that allowed for national security exceptions for a long time. And yet, through all the geopolitics that you described, they were largely separate and there wasn't too much advantage taken. It may not be surprising that when they do go up against each other, national security, and I'm thinking of things like the Section 232 cases, trumps economics. What do you see looking forward as a way to sort of, is there a balance between these to be had?
Why don't you ask yours too, and I'll try to ask an integrated answer.
Yeah, so Daria Taglioni, the research group. My question is, in thinking how to rebalance the multilateral trading system, you were still thinking of nation states as the unit of observation, but the reflection is really about transnational corporations, which are important economic actors, but not reflected in that system of rules. So do we need to think about them in a new creative way, or can they still be managed through the intermediation of the nation states to which regulator they respond? Thanks.
Okay. So on the first one, on trade and national security, there's a micro and a macro answer. The micro answer is, a few years ago, I forget whether it was under Obama or Biden, might have even been under the first Trump administration. The U.S. proposed to the WTO that rather than have a determination of whether the national security exemption applies, that a country that automatically sought it would you wouldn't have a ruling, you would just offer compensation under the trade. Okay, I think that was probably a pretty good idea. For those of you that are trade wonks, I think Sweden first tried to use the national security exemption for footwear or something like that. The danger is once you start to use this, it blows open the whole system. I mean, and frankly, countries, this is where you can't overrule the politics of a country. If people decide that everything is for national security, then the system's going to break down. This is also where research is important. So at least from what I read, there's a sense that the pandemic forced countries and companies to recognize the insecurities of their supply chain. True enough, and frankly, most of them have now adapted more quickly. But actually, if you look at it, the international system adapted pretty quickly in terms of providing the supplies on different things. And so be careful what you dispose of in terms of the need for an adaptive system, because, I think, to give you one other example, since I mentioned food, people forget, although in this audience you might recall, at the time of the global financial crisis, you had a food crisis as well. And this is actually an interesting example of the World Bank. At one of my morning meetings, one of Intermit's colleagues, was talking about the surge in food prices. And I asked, what do we think about doing about this? And the first answer was, interesting, because a lot of the countries that are paying more for food are benefited from other higher commodity prices, so it kind of washes out. To which my answer, fortunately I'm a political economist, not a real one, I said, have you ever thought about the distributional effects? Okay. And then another member, this is how the leadership of the World Bank said, Bob, we're a development institution, we don't do humanitarian things. And I said, well, in my experience, you don't get to the long run unless you get to the short run. And so we actually worked with the World Food Program and others, because frankly, we have capabilities they don't, to try to help deal with that issue. And in particularly, when India and others tried to block their exports, we at least got them to lift them of food for the humanitarian agencies. And then later with the French, we created what's called the AMOS system for market information to sort of avoid some of the panics in this. It's a classic example of how you can have national security events, but these institutions can sort of help alleviate them. Then your question was sort of companies and transnationalism. Look, I had the good fortune when I first started studying international relations to study with Bob Cohane of Cohane and Knight. So I was early on to transnational actors. And I think one needs to recognize is they're not good, they're not bad, they're just reality, okay? And what I'm partly suggesting is now and then they can play constructive roles where governments don't. When I was at the World Bank, frankly, there were a lot of anti-globalizers that hated logistics and supply chains in developing countries. my experience, and I think the data showed this actually ended up being a know-how transfer and was quite useful for a lot of the countries in the region. And so when you, I guess the nature of your question made me a little concerned in that, yes, I'm focusing on nation states because, as we've learned, nation states can be quite powerful, they can be quite disruptive, they can quite upset the international regime, and that's where ultimately the power will lie, even if you're Elon Musk. But the international actors, civil society, companies, and others are also important parts of the system. So what that means is, how do you create an enabling environment for them to play constructive roles? And as you say, where there might, or at least you suggest, where there may be disruptive, how can you try to adapt or counter them? Given my perspective, I prefer to use this during economic tools. So in my view, if with carbon taxes would be the best approach on this sort of issue. But I think sometimes there's a view from some of the international public governance community that we can sort of direct and tell these companies what to do. At the end of the day, if there's a clash between national power and company, the national governments will win, but it can be very costly. And my nature of my view of the world economy is I look for win-win solutions where I can find them. And sometimes that requires working with parties that, you know, may not be my ideal, but it's the reality that I've had to adapt with during sort of my career, and it will certainly be the reality that all of you will have to deal with. So let me close with this point. Again, one reason that I was delighted to be invited here was obviously to be back at the World Bank. But this is a very important institution. The IMF's an important institution. All of your work, I've tried to suggest, you know, the real challenge for many of you will be to get out of the boxes. We all, and this happens to all of us, you grew up with a certain set of assumptions about kind of how the world works. This is one of those periods where you're going to have to increase your horizontal vision about different things. But the problems are, if anything, more interesting than the past. And you have to expand your model of analysis beyond mathematics and controlled experiments to work in political institutions. I'll leave one last thought on this. So by the time that I came to the bank, obviously there'd been a lot of experience with development economics. As I said, I started studying in the 70s, but I know I'm not a true development economist. I'm more of a voyeur of the field. But one of the things that I sort of concluded was, you can't give countries textbook solutions. You have to understand the political context in which they operate. You have to understand the institutions. You have to understand the political pressures that people are operating on. So I tried to encourage the World Bank to see countries as clients, not as objects of policy. And one of the challenges of the World Bank is that, you know, organizationally, you've got the country teams, you've got specialized knowledge and Washington notes. How do you sort of integrate that together? And when I left the World Bank, this is one of the challenges the institution went through, is how do the networks fit with sort of the regional teams? My view was it was always important, you want the knowledge to move across the different regions, and there's ways that you can do that, and I think Ajay is doing that. But you needed to keep the eye on the client with the country teams, trying to help them solve the real problems. You have matrix organizations in private sector. But you have bottom lines financially where you can tell whether it's working with the client, geography, function. You don't have that in the World Bank. And so you have to keep the focus on serving the client, but bringing to the client exactly the types of things that the World Bank has been doing research on and that all of you are discussing today. So good luck, Godspeed.
Thank you very much, Bob. We want to give you Bob, we want to give you a standing ovation here.
Okay. So, are we, can we? Go ahead. Okay. So we're now going to go straight into our morning session, building on the insights from President Zoellick's lecture. The session's title is Geopolitical Shifts, and during the session, our panelists will discuss how shifts in the balance of power and relationships between countries can affect regional strategies and key policies, including those on migration, trade, and industry. Our panelists will take on seats right now on the stage, and Mr. Aditya Mathu, World Bank Chief Economist for the East Asia and Pacific region, will chair the discussion. Please.
So, you know, we are precisely 1 hour late. So, so we're not going to have a, would you come up, please, the panelists? Professor Shinhwa Lee of Korea University. Wherever you want. And Professor Saravana Ravindran of the National University of Singapore, and my old friend, Professor He Wei Tang from Hong Kong University. So this is the most efficient introduction that I could do. We've heard a masterful talk by somebody who's been at the heart of important developments for nearly half a century. So the words I'm going to say are very brief, but I think we should reflect for a moment that in a conference on development in the time of populism, we have now a session on geopolitical shifts. So what is the relationship between populism and geopolitics? And I think one good place to start is to think of Danny Roderick's trilemma, that globalization, democracy, and national sovereignty cannot live happily together. The question is why? And if you think about it, the flows of trade, capital, ideas inevitably lead to catch up by less developed countries, a process of economic convergence. And that process of economic convergence has an effect on leading countries. In effect, there is a sense that trade or globalization are regressive, risky, and rivalrous. Regressive because when low-income countries catch up with a high-income country, there is pain for the working class. Risky because globalization creates dependence on markets, on critical inputs. And rivalrous precisely because economic development and dominance threatens political dominance, especially when that economic dominance is in strategic industries. And this has played out before. Bob Zoellick gave a masterful history, but if you look at the 19th century, which was the era of the Pax Britannica, there was a period of free trade imperialism, where Britain was the pillar of the multilateral trading system. Its share in world trade was 20%. The wobble came when Germany and the United States caught up, when the US share, when the United Kingdom share fell below 10%, and that's when they instituted imperial preferences after a period of free trade. In the 20th century, as Bob Zoellick described, the United States share was more than 20% of world trade. It assumed the responsibility, the atlas of the multilateral trading system. The first wobble when Japan threatened to catch up, and ultimately in 2008, when its share fell below 10%, it's uncanny, these numbers play out over centuries, and China has share increased above GDP. So a key question is, just as you had chaos between the two wars, are we inevitably headed for a period of friction and chaos that will be costly for development by threatening the openness and predictability of flows of trade, of capital, and ideas? So in that context, we now have three brilliant people with three brilliant, very different papers. We'll begin with Professor, let me say, Saravana, who will talk about flows not of goods and services, but of people. And I think that helps us to think about why this changing environment might affect this powerful way of poor people catching up with the rich, and what it might also mean for the battle for dominance in finance, which is the medium through which the migrant remits money. Then we'll turn to Professor Heve Tang, who will take a closer look at what is happening in trade, the new protectionism, and also the new industrial policy, which raises the question of whether rivalry is based just on catch-up, or is it also a consequence of the perceived use of unfair methods of state protection and state support. And finally, and that I hope we will end on an optimistic note, when Professor Shinba will tell us that perhaps chaos is not inevitable if cooperation is innovative, and it can take many different forms. So to start us off, Professor Ravindra.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all. I'm Saravana at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. And thank you for the very kind introduction. So today I'll be talking about a decade of work now on migration, drawing on insights from the impacts of mobile money for migrant families in Bangladesh. And we've been doing this work in South Asia, but in keeping with the theme of the session, I'll also try and draw some insights for geopolitics. So I am a development applied microeconomist, but I'll try and draw some insights at the end. And so how I want to structure my talk is, after giving you a quick and broad motivation, dive into this intervention that we've been doing in Bangladesh, and now we're scaling up across South Asia, look at the short and long run impacts of this, and then zoom out to think about broader insights for mobile money, remittances, and migration. Now, many of you will know that migration has long been a strategy to raise household incomes, with migrants moving to find higher pay. Crucial, though, is how then that can be shared with their family using remittances. Okay. Now, new money transfer technologies open the possibility to reduce rural poverty by coupling migration with the efficient movement of this money back home. Now, we started doing this work in Bangladesh back in 2014, 2015, and we did this because Bangladesh is a large source of internal as well as international migration. That's one of the highest levels of international remittances as well in the world. And there are strong similarities, and I'll point out differences, but there are these analogs between internal migration as well as international migration. And I think there are a lot of important insights that can be gained, even if the setting that we are looking at is one where we're looking at domestic, rural, urban migration. So I've been working with the ADB on the Asia Economic Integration Report, thinking about migration and remittances. This is a chart from their report this year, which is thinking about remittance flows in the world, but also in Asia and Pacific. And two things stand out. First is the dramatic rise in remittance inflows across the world over the last 2 or 3 decades. And second, you have the growing share of this that's being remitted to Asia and Pacific. Right? In recent years, it has hovered around 40–45%, but you see this dramatic rise, and this is something to keep in mind. Important to this is thinking about the price of remittances or the cost of remitting money, and there are various indicators that one can look at to think about, okay, if we are to remit $200, for example, what's the average cost of this? We see that there are declines across regions and over time. However, these still remain above the SDG target of 3% across many countries today. In the figure on the right, however, when we break this down by service provider and the payment instrument, what seems to be very striking is that mobile money is one of the cheapest ways to remit. Right? Now, I'm going to use the term mobile money and mobile banking somewhat interchangeably, but just to set ideas straight, this is mobile money, and technically is this software that's loaded onto SIM cards that allow you to make these financial transactions with your phone in certain contexts that has to then also be linked with a bank account, and that's the sort of mobile banking aspect of it. But I'll use these terms somewhat interchangeably today. So what I want to do next is talk about an intervention that we have been doing for about a decade. We started this work back in 2014, 2015, with a sample of more than 800 household migrant pairs in northwest Bangladesh. And this is in Gaibandha in the Rangpur division. And these are the rural families that are typically sending migrants to Dhaka. And what we're doing is we're tracking these household migrant pairs over time. And what we did in a mobile money intervention is to really try and address what are some of the main barriers to the adoption of mobile money in this context. And so through a randomized experiment, we selected half of the sample to receive about a 30 to 45-minute training on how to sign up for and use this mobile money service. We're working with bKash, one of the biggest players in Bangladesh. And what we covered are basic steps and protocols of bKash use. We provided practical hands-on experience, so to build some familiarity with this, let's send money back and forth a few times to establish a degree of comfort. And very importantly, at the time, these are menus, these USSD menus are primarily in English. And at the time that we did this study, smartphones were not as prevalent in these areas. And so a lot of this was hand-holding and teaching these families how to navigate these English menus, and we provided this training to families. And we felt that these are some of the key barriers to the adoption of mobile money in this setting. Now, what we're then going to do is track these families over time and look at these impacts. I want to start with what we think of as the very first stage impacts on active account use. So what we're doing is not just looking at the adoption of these accounts in mobile banking, but we're also tracking active account use. So whether they're going in and making transactions, be it depositing money in these accounts, withdrawing, sending money, and so on, right? And what we find is a dramatic increase in the active use of these accounts 1 year after the intervention. So on a control base of about 21, 22%, we find 47, 48 percentage point increases in use of these accounts. Okay, so a very sort of, in our view, a light touch intervention, very cost effective, costing about $12 US, leading to these very dramatic impacts 1 year later. And you can see that the adoption and active use of this is very tightly linked. The numbers are all very similar because one of the main use cases of this is for remittances, right? Of course, there are a number of other things that you can do with this, and we find impacts along a number of dimensions. But the remittance use case is an important one in the sample that we're working with, a migrant sample. Next, I want to think about the impacts of this. And so 1 year on, what we are seeing on poverty rates for the rural families is very clear when we just look at the distribution. So just plotting the distributions of what rural per capita daily expenditures look like for the treatment and control groups, we see a clear rightward shift of the distribution. I have the vertical line in red, which is the poverty line for rural Bangladesh at the time. And across various metrics of poverty rates, squared poverty gap, and so on, we find reductions in poverty for the treatment group, right? And so we see this as an immediate, very sort of short-run impact on poverty. And I won't get into this in the interest of time, but we find impacts along a whole host of dimensions as well. So when we think about broader financial inclusion, we are tracking things like borrowing and saving and insurance mechanisms. People in the treatment group are less likely to report a need to borrow. They're more likely to save because bKash offers an avenue to do so. And when we think about seasonal deprivation, periods of monga, as they call it in this context, they're less likely to report that this is a problem for them. So very positive impacts in these dimensions. When we look at measures of investment, some of these are very short term. So we are looking and we are seeing impacts on moves towards self-employment, further induced migration in the short run. And this is all very encouraging. But when we step back and think about hypotheses and what the impacts of this might look like in the longer run, we said, I think asset accumulation is important to look at, but that's something that we may not find impacts in the short run. And so what we did is we went back almost 8-9 years later to this very same sample. We followed up with them to see what's been happening. So there was no additional intervention. We went back to take a look at what's happening, and we focused on assets, right? And we see that while we don't find large improvements for non-productive assets, we find significant increases in the productive asset value. So these are investments in be it agricultural technologies, tractors, and so on. We find significant increases there, as well as land that's being used for these purposes. Right? So this is also coming in a context of widespread catch-up by the control group. So today, when we look at the sample, more than 70% of them have adopted and are using these mobile money technologies. Despite that, an intervention that was run 8 years ago by boosting the adoption and use of mobile money has these very lasting impacts on assets. And this is something that we hypothesized, but in the very short run, we were not able to detect. We wanted to go back many years later to look at this. So the takeaway then is that these sorts of remittance and mobile money technologies have the potential to have these very substantive impacts both in the short and long run across a host of dimensions, be it in terms of poverty reduction, financial inclusion, asset accumulation, and we look across a number of other dimensions as well. Okay? Now, I want to then step back and think about the implications of all this work more broadly, and let me start with implications for thinking about international remittances. Right? Now, the context that we looked at was focusing on internal migration, where main player is Bcash, the other players as well, but that's the provider that we were working with. Now, when we think about international remittances, interoperability becomes really, really important. And I'm talking about platform interoperability. And there are some examples of success in this area. I'll draw on an example from my country, Singapore, where efforts have been made to make Singapore's pay now system interoperable to offer real-time payments to neighboring countries in Malaysia, Thailand, and as well as India's UPI. But I think a lot more work is needed in this space. Right? I think there's a role for bilateral agreements and, as we heard yesterday, a role for regional bodies. Selina yesterday talked about how ASEAN launched the Digital Economy Framework Agreement in 2023, and one of the key areas in this agreement was to think about these bilateral and multilateral movements of money. And there are a whole host of issues to think about, right? These range from governance and it's beyond the technology of the money transfer. We want to be thinking about governance, regulation, dispute resolution, and a whole host of things, including privacy and data security. So these are things that are important, and I think they're a role to be played by such organizations in coordinating that. The Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion is also making strides in this in terms of the G20 countries and pushing the agenda forward for thinking about the plan for remittances more broadly. So those are some opportunities, but I also want to highlight some headwinds and challenges in this space, because such as I've shown you, the price of remittance and the cost of remitting is extremely important. In our work, we also find that elasticities to such prices can be high. And governments can introduce frictions to discourage remittances, international remittances, for political and geopolitical reasons. Right? Most recently, the big, beautiful bill here in the US has introduced what was initially proposed to be a 5% tax on international remittances, negotiated down to 3.5, and I think eventually 1%. Right? But these are examples of how governments can also step in to, for various reasons, try and discourage remittance flows. I think what's interesting is also, as we have this demand for remittances and mobile money adoption and use, countries are seeing this as a digital asset. Right? This can be used by countries to exert influence. Bcash, the example that I just talked about, and Financial, the operator of Alipay, has a 20% stake in this. This was acquired back in 2018. And we know that more broadly, China is also investing in digital infrastructure across Asia as part of its broader digital Silk Road. In Bangladesh alone, there are hundreds of millions of dollars that China is investing through Huawei and other means as part of an MOU that was signed back in 2015. Now, I also wanted to step back and think about implications of this work for international migration. Right? We know that geopolitical and trade shocks can really reshape economic opportunities and migration patterns. And I think the one that's been in the news most lately is the impact of the US tariffs on Bangladesh. Right? We know that the garment sector is hugely important for Bangladesh, and the implications of the 35% tariff on Bangladeshi goods has really started affecting the garment sector as well as other industries in Bangladesh. Right? This has a whole host of consequences for development in the country. We know that women are primarily employed in these sectors, so there's implications for women's empowerment, but also incomes and jobs and livelihoods in the country. Now, at the same time, we know that other actors are investing heavily in these regions. Going back to Bangladesh, for example, under China's Belt and Road initiatives, there are new urban hubs being built in Chittagong and Khulna that's coinciding with the two busiest ports in Bangladesh. And as we see, for example, garment jobs being affected in the capital city in Dhaka, there are opportunities in other regions in Bangladesh, and so that's already starting to change the pattern of rural urban migration flows within the country. So that's internal migration, but there's also implications for international migration, because we know there are a good number of migrants who look to India, for example, from Bangladesh for jobs. But in times of crisis like this, that can prove to come to a flashpoint at the border. And so the destruction and creation of such economic opportunities has these profound implications for both internal domestic rural urban migration, but also international migration. And I just want to end with some very broad implications for then thinking about development practice. Right? And I go back to Danny's talk yesterday, where I think he made an interesting point about how a large focus of development practice has traditionally been thinking about capacity building, about productivity, and strengthening the supply side of economies. But maybe we should also think about the demand side, right? And so this, I think, dovetails very nicely into the role to be played by migration and remittances. I've already talked about how mobile money can help very swiftly and cheaply help migrants remit money home. It provides an insurance mechanism, so it's not just strengthening their consumption power, but also stabilizing it in times of shocks and crises. But I think there's more work to be done here. Now, and in the interest of time, and maybe we can save this for the discussion later, there are broader challenges, of course, for the migrants themselves. We see that in some of our work that we do. It's not a all positive, rosy picture for the migrants themselves. There are costs. But what are the challenges for the households and their families back in these rural areas? But also we want to think about the populations in the migrant receiving destinations. Right? I think this is keeping with the theme of populism, the sort of anger that Danny talked about yesterday. I think there are lots of concerns in the migrant receiving destinations as well, and we need to be cognizant and thinking about that. Okay. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarvana, for that very nice presentation. You know, Bob Zoellick spoke about trade being like water. If you restrict it in one channel, it flows into another. I think that's also true of trade and migration. Restrictions on trade create greater pressures for migration because you deprive people of economic opportunities in their home countries. So now turning to trade, Heve.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be back. I used to come to the World Bank a lot when I worked and lived in Washington, D.C. before 2019. I took almost an hour to come back to my second home, in my opinion. So thank you for having me again. I have around 15 minutes to talk about a set of papers. I was asked to talk about one paper, but I think for this kind of event, it's more fun and hopefully more insightful to talk about a few papers by me and also others people's work on this issue. So the theme of the session is about geopolitical shifts, industrial policy, and also trade. Obviously, a lot to cover in 15 minutes. Luckily, Bob has given us a very comprehensive overview of the history of globalization and geopolitics. So I'm going to save 2 or 3 minutes for the first point, which is about what's going on with the so-called deglobalization. And then I'm going to talk about sort of the new global economic paradigm, started with Trump 1.0 tariffs on China mostly since 2018, all the way to Trump 2.0 with tariffs not only on China, but on a lot of countries. And then I'm going to talk about industrial policy, focusing a bit more on China and how, in my opinion, the new round of industrial policies in China has led to some domestic challenges, but also international conflicts. And last but not least, hopefully I'm out of time, I'm going to speculate about the future of globalization. I may be wrong, and I hope that I will run out of time so that I don't need to make any mistakes. So this is really just a graph that everyone knows and is sort of like a graphical summary of what Bob said in his keynote. So basically, we have gone through multiple waves of globalization and deglobalization, you may call it. And I would say, there are multiple broad reasons for why we started seeing the decline in the ratio between global trade and global GDP. You may blame geopolitics, tariffs, whatsoever. But I think, you can also have reasons like aging with, older people spending more money on services, as well as the new round of industrial revolution and innovation that make production more decentralized and less concentrated in a few countries like China. But I would like to point you to basically the 4 decades before 2008, which is also called the hyperglobalization, coined by Alvin Supermania from the IMF. Many people have warned about the sustainability of that kind of globalization, which has led to quite a lot of within-country inequality and therefore the support for protectionism. So therefore, I think, to think that, this decade of deglobalization is bad, it is actually more important to think about, what has gone wrong with the previous hyperglobalization that led to, what we encounter today. But let me just summarize essentially a selective summary of what Bob just said half an hour ago. I think in today's world, we are missing the so-called 3 necessary conditions, as I pointed out in a paper I wrote in 2020 called Globalization in Crisis. And if you don't have any of the 3, you are not going to have the kind of globalization that we enjoyed before 2008. The first one is, you need the technological breakthrough at the time to basically facilitate market integration. Think about communication technologies such as the internet in the 90s or the steam engine that was introduced during the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. Today, if we talk about technologies, everyone has in mind AI, blockchain, decentralization of production. So those kind of technologies are not necessarily integrating markets or bringing markets closer to each other. The second necessary condition, in my opinion, is that the leading power of the time needs to derive enough economic and political interest to promote multilateralism or the operation of multilateral organizations. We have discussed a lot about, the current administration of the US may not be putting enough effort to promote multilateralism. The second economic power, meaning China, wants to play a more assertive and more proactive role to promote its own version of multilateral organizations such as AIIB and the Belt and Road initiatives. But the eagerness of the second power may lead to unnecessary pressure on the first power or the traditional Western world. So therefore, there's conflict and there's tension between the first and the second economic power. And last but not least, as I've said, inequality has only increased further after COVID, but it has already become not sustainable towards the end of the previous hyperglobalization. So I may sound a bit pessimistic, but I think, if we want to think about new globalization, it will be more digitized, more regionalized, and perhaps more inclusive, with smaller countries possibly playing a larger role due to the so-called China Plus One strategy implemented by a lot of firms, including Chinese companies today. So perhaps we have been looking at the wrong place when we try to talk about new globalization, because trade economists like to measure trade based on merchandise product trade. But in fact, if you look at service globalization, it has been still progressing pretty well. The growth rate of service trade has declined relative to global GDP, but it is still growing at a stronger rate as compared to merchandise product globalization. So countries like India and Philippines and many others that have comparative advantage in services probably will enjoy a bit more in this new wave of globalization. So that concludes my first part. The second part is really about Trump 1.0 from 2016 to 2020 and how US tariffs on China had led to restructuring of supply chains and rerouting of trade away from China to many other countries, in particular in Southeast Asia. This is history when we are still talking about, on average, 20% tariffs imposed by the US on China and vice versa. And if you look at customs data, it may seem that the US is no longer as important as before as the final destination of Chinese exports. It is ranked number 2, but still contributing to around 15% of China's total direct exports. Replacing US to be the number 1 destination is ASEAN, but ASEAN is not a destination market. ASEAN is only an intermediary market, helping a lot of Chinese companies to finish their production with the final goal to ship the goods still to the US, which accounted for over 30% of global consumption. This is a graph summarizing what I have done using Asian Development Bank input-output tables. I discovered that before 2017, around 10% of Chinese export is through third parties, such as goods that have been transshipped and with some value added created in ASEAN and many other places. But after 2020, that ratio has increased to 25%. So China's export to the US now had around 25% being created through third parties. And who are they? The usual suspects: Mexico, Vietnam, Taiwan, Canada, Korea. I'm not going to repeat what you know, but let me just remind you about this old paper written by Akumasu in 1962. And this is a well-known, the flying geese paradigm. In the past, people talk about pressure from the US government on Japan. Japanese firms, since the 80s, started to go out. Initially, they went out to invest in ASEAN and other places to expand the production chains, partly because of the rising cost of production in Japan and also the appreciation of the Japanese yen. But later on, they also subject to the same kind of pressure that Chinese companies are exposed to, because the Japanese firms are essentially becoming a threat to American companies. But the consequence, which is good for development of other countries, is that there is technology spillovers, there is human capital and capital flows from Japan to the rest of the world. And today, I would say we live in a world which I would call it the flying geese paradigm 2.0. China may not be as developed as Japan back in the days. It is still a middle-income country. But if you look at the Chinese leading companies like Huawei, BYD, Tencent, and whatnot, they are really the technological leaders in their own domains. So therefore, when they go out to invest, not only did they bring capital and human capital to the destinations, but they also bring technologies to those places. David Yang at Harvard and George Lerner at the Harvard Business School have recently written a paper showing that many companies in developing countries and also middle-income countries actually started to cite a lot more innovations created in China by Chinese companies and universities rather than those innovations coming from the US and other leading universities. I came from MIT. I'm not saying that those leading universities are not important, but I would say a lot of the innovation coming out from the private sector in China is practical, is appropriate technologies for those who need more development to catch up. I think I'm sort of running out of time. I did some research looking at stock market performance in 2018. I started writing this paper actually in March 2018. Very sad that the paper was only finally published in 2024. It took us 6 years to convince the editors of all the journals to be convinced that this is an important topic. So what we did is very easy event study. Around March 22nd, 2018, we looked at what happened to the US listed companies as well as Chinese listed companies' stock prices. And basically, it's a very simple div and div. Firms that are more exposed to trade with China tend to suffer more in the stock prices. And the effect is long-lasting, right? It's not only a short-term negative shock. Basically, firms that generate more revenue from China or import more intermediate input from China continue to have underperformance 3 months after the March 22nd Section 301 tariffs. And of course, now we have data on production networks. There's a data set called FactSet, which allow us to basically look at listed companies, suppliers, and buyers around the world. So this is just a snapshot about General Electric and IBM. But then if we use the production networks to dig deeper to try to understand the indirect impact of tariffs on those companies that are not directly exposed, but indirectly exposed to tariffs due to the production chain networks, we realize that the impact is actually larger through the indirect channel rather than from the direct exposure to tariffs. Last but not least, from this paper, we realized that the pass-through of tariffs to US customers depend on how substitutable the inputs are, right? So if the US companies can easily buy the same kind of inputs from Mexico and other countries, then the pass-through to consumers is going to be much smaller. So this is an old paper. I'm going to talk to what I think about today's China's industrial policy. I believe that Ke Yu in the afternoon is going to talk a lot more about China. So there's a new Danny Roderick as compared to the old Danny Roderick, who started to study industrial policy in 2004. So my reading of the old Danny Roderick's papers is that industrial policy is supposed to fix market failure, especially information asymmetry. So the new Danny Roderick, with a set of papers that he wrote with co-authors, basically defined industrial policies as government policies that can explicitly target the transformation of the structure of the economic activity in pursuit of some public goal. So the key word of this slide is public goal. So public goal can be about economic issues, it can be about geopolitics, supply chain resilience, climate change, and whatever. So therefore, basically, you can use industrial policy and justify them depending on what goal you have. So in the past, we tend to think about industrial policy for economic development, and now it is mostly for non-economic issues, especially when it comes to strategic competition. So I'm not going to repeat what you know, but I would like to say China has been doing the same. So I was asked by actually Danny Kuan to give a talk at the Lee Kuan Yew School a year ago. And I would say there's an old Danny Roderick and a new Danny Roderick. There's also old China's industrial policies and new China's industrial policies. In the past, if you ask me to define industrial policy, let's say before 2010, it is a set of rules that make sure that city economies in China were given the largest incentive to differentiate themselves through industrialization and participation in global supply chains. I mean, they're always sort of, national government guidelines about what city-level government should do, but the city-level governments are given quite a lot of freedom to differentiate themselves and try to specialize in very specific industrial sectors. I've written a paper with Halu Ki at the World Bank, showing how those kind of industrial policies, especially through reduction in tariffs and rebates of value-added tax for exporting companies, lead to China's companies moving up the value chains. There are also papers about agglomeration in China, creating quite a lot of productivity spillovers between foreign firms and domestic firms. That was the old China before 2010. So what is the new China? A recent paper by Hamin Fang from UPenn and co-authors started to look at how city-level governments are competing among themselves. In the past, as I've said, they have enough room to differentiate from each other. But now, industrial policies in China have become a lot more top-down. People like to talk about new productive forces. And if you want specific examples, think about AI, electric vehicles, new material, batteries, and so on. Basically, city-level governments are all trying to develop the same set of sectors. And as a result, not surprisingly, there has been over-competition because every city government is subsidizing and investing in similar economic activities, and there's a lack of differentiation, as Hamin Fang has shown in a recent working paper at NBER. So what is the consequence for China and therefore for the rest of the world? There has been overcapacity due to over-competition. Prices started to drop. PPI in China has been declining for the last 9 months, so therefore there's concern about deflation in China. And if there's deflation in China and that cannot be fixed by fiscal or monetary policy, people would be concerned about the so-called lost decade that is going to happen in China, like what it did to Japan in the early 90s. China is still heavily dependent on exports, even though tariffs on Chinese goods have been increasing, but there's no way out because the domestic market is very competitive. I was in Guangdong last week interviewing companies and asked them, what had happened to your exports, after, the Trump administration putting close to 50% of tariffs on average on China's exports. Many companies in Guangdong told me they've been trying to redirect the exports from the US to new destinations such as Europe, but there's also quite a lot of effort to basically reorient sales to the domestic market. One company that I talked to basically said, they used to derive 80% of revenue from the US and 20% from China. Today, they derive half from the US and half from the Chinese market. But interestingly, the manager who I also interviewed told me that if you look at profit share, it used to be 80% US, 20% China, and today is still 80% profit from the US and 20% profit from China. What it tells you is that the profit margin for selling goods in China is very small. So therefore, even though the revenue share has been a bit more balanced, the new reality is that the Chinese companies are not doing well. So therefore, many of them are still very dependent on export, and therefore there is a very strong urge for them to invest abroad. So my final point to make is, so I've been teaching in the business school in Hong Kong. I've been taking a lot of CEOs, mainland Chinese CEOs, to travel around the world. There's a new slogan in China among the private sector firms, which is to go out, if not, they're going to die. But the problem is going out is not the ultimate solution for overcapacity and therefore potential deflation in China. The ultimate solution, as Bob was alluding to very briefly, is China's economy needs to be rebalanced with more consumption and less investment and less export. And that has to be done through effective fiscal policy. If not, this will become not only a problem for China, it will continue to become the source of tension between China and the rest of the world. I think I'm running out of time, so let me stop here, and I will speculate more about the future during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hei, for that wide-ranging coverage of interesting developments, the convulsions in the wake of trade frictions. Now, for a more optimistic view of how cooperation may survive, but in a different form. Shinwa.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay. Well, I would like to join the previous panelists to thank our organizers, and particularly for Danny Kuan, for giving me this kind of opportunity. Actually, why is the final? There you go. Well, my first encounter at the World Bank was back in almost 3 decades, although that really made me feel old. When I was a young graduate student who was looking for internship, the World Bank, at the time the IMF and others, are only focusing on economic issues. But as a emerging hopeful political scientist, I was looking forward to practice my understanding of conflict in the development era. And the World Bank gave me an opportunity for water conflict, the pilot project together with the UNDP, and that gave me another bigger opportunity to working at the UN, UNHCR, and other places as well. And also, I must admit that I was not only young, but also poor graduate student. And while working here at the World Bank for 1 year, they brought me from the one-room basement to the 9th floor high-rising the studio. So I just want to give this kind of a talk if I get a chance in the World Bank, and or after 3 decades. I'm glad I will be able to manage to mention that. So I'm always having a big respect and fond memory for the World Bank. Well, anyway, as I said, I'm a political scientist working on international security and diplomacy. And probably I'm not well fitting in this panel, but these days, economic security, or like interdisciplinary discussions and dialogue between the politics and politics and economics and trade. And I think from that connection, I do believe I got invited in here myself. And exactly the 24 hours ago, I was in New York City in Asian Society, where I was talking about slightly different thing, because Korea-US alliance and what we should do for the security and economics. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity for me again to talk about those geopolitical shift in somehow related to economics, but I don't think I have positions to talk about economics. So let me just focusing on the security and diplomacy issues. Well, our title was a geopolitical risk. So if I can slightly change to the terminology, since our moderator said I better be a bit more optimistic, geopolitical reordering. So when it comes to geopolitical issue or order, I cannot think better word for liberal international order. That was led by the United States, and it's not only institutional and power game, but also normative backbone for the global stability. And the UN, World Bank, IMF, or US-led alliances, the official 7 alliances plus quasi-alliances and partners is more than 60 alliances and partners US have, and all those group was together that ensure the security and prosperity for many parts of the world, including South Korea and then other the middle powers. Liberal international order is not just about power or hegemony. Hegemony read that's US-led like order, but also I think it was a shared rules, institutional legitimacy, and global public goods. By saying that, we talk about trade openness and the development finance and collective defense against the revisionist power. But with regard to liberal international order, I think definitely we are under strain, if not the crisis itself. But the problem is it's not coming from external shock or external revisionist power, as we observed during the corridor period, but now it's not only those external shock, but also from the internal fragmentations, or I say the normative fragmentations as well. So maybe briefly for 3 dimensions of disorder comes from structural, ideological, and institutional. And in interest of time, you can quickly read this one. But if I can only mention about those institutional part, I think definitely those UN, I hate to say it, but including the World Bank as well, Security Council is a bit across paralyzing the efficacy of UN, and we can even talk about the irrelevance of the United Nations. In the G7, the broader consensus on the issue tried to make it, but they still have a legitimacy gap. And over the past 1 year, I worked very hard to make Korea as an advanced middle power to be part of the G7 plus process, but the bar is very high to get in, but although we still give a try. And the fiscal crisis, and as we all know, budget cut for USAID and all others that I will get back to in a minute. And all those issues is a big blow to humanitarian and developmental arms, like not to mention of the health and food and displacement. I think last night, the US, help me, who's the head of the State Department? Rubio said the USAID cut doesn't affect any single number of the deaths. And then CNN showed us a very sad and tragic story of death of the 3-year-old boy from Afghanistan. So there's still a humanitarian issue and the developmental issues. And what we should do for health and food and displacement, I think that's a serious problem. So it's not only shift in power we are talking about when it comes to geopolitical shift, but it's a definitely shift in purpose. Well, I'm asked to focusing on the Northeast Asia, but since I'm from the Asia Pacific and Indo-Pacific regions, I'll just briefly tell you this Indo-Pacific region is like a pivotal places for global reordering. East Asia is overlapping hotspots like South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, Korean Peninsula in East China Sea, and all thing becoming a flashpoint to making a simultaneous escalation might give us a tremendous negative global consequences. In the Northeast Asia, and specific where I come from, were three largest militaries, US, China, Russia, and a very tight alliance network that is US, Korea, Japan, and our libraries are there. That's a positive signs, at least for now. And authoritarian nuclear state, Russia, China, and North Korea. And then we, non-nuclear democratic states, only two, Republic of Korea, South Korea, and Japan, has to deal with this authoritarian nuclear state. Then I think we better build up security cooperation, right? But unfortunately, our historical animosity and territorial dispute and those that deep-rooted distrust prevent us from security cooperation alone. Therefore, we need a trilateralism together with the United States, and that's what happened for under the Biden period, what we call Camp David, the summit for those three countries. But unfortunately, Biden lost and Trump came back, and in Korea, because of martial law, we see also the change of the regime. And in Japan, they still have a Liberal Democratic Party, but they also lost their election 2 days ago. So all those the heroes of Camp David are gone. So now we are talking about still this spirit and this content should be there in order to build up the security and prosperity of the Northeast Asia. For that, trilateralism is very important in terms of many things, but maybe Trump wouldn't accept the terminology that was made by the Biden. There is the Camp David. So I just kept talking that probably we should rebrand the name, maybe Mar-a-Lago Summit and whatsoever, but still I think we need these trilateralisms. Why? Because according to this year's CSIS report, 5.3 trillion in annual global trade passages under increasing strategic risk. Then what was the problem? Although I was asked to talk about a bit more optimistic one, but I have to be political scientist analyzing what happened for us. Number one, failure of great power governance. I call it dual trap. So CDS trap, of course, we all know for US-China strategic conflict over hegemonic power. And I think according to the LIMPAC, Rim of the Pacific exercise led by the US Navy, that have 29 states was engaging in this one. It was the largest ever one that indicate we still have some kind of motivations to deter the rise of China, particularly military rise of China. But at the same time, we have a Kinderberger trap. You remember that 1930s, there's no single powers willing or able to provide global public goods, and that eventually led to the World War II, although it was not direct the cause, but it was an indirect but important cause at that time. So US entrenchment, the cut to USAID and National Endowment, and then also Endowment on Democracy and Radio Free Asia or Europe or Voice of America, and all those things was at the risk of distinction. Here I have to tell you a lesson unlearned from US government. After the Cold War, US hegemony enjoy their single leadership so that they don't have to having a beauty contest with the Soviet Union, right? The Soviets gone. So that they just ignores Africa and South Asia and others, or Middle East, the underdevelopment. So that just make a fragile state into failed state. And that failed state turned out to be a bedrock for the terrorisms. And then that gave a boomerang effects to the US 911. US global influence now fall by 30% by 2030, according to RAND projections. So obviously, US government, particularly under Trump, didn't learn much lessons. But it's not only problem of the US didn't learn lesson, but I think that is a serious problem for what my late mentor, Joseph Nye, who unfortunately passed away last April, was talking about the sleepwalk into catastrophe. So I almost called that for my third trap, triple trap, right? So we are heading to sleepwalker trap. Unaware of what is going on now, I think we are escalating tension, systemic crisis, and that reminiscence of 1941 Sarajevo event. It can be Taiwan, it can be North Korea, it can be Gaza, it can be Ukraine, it can be Congo, we don't know. But I think that moment might bring us to another World War III. The second point for the global serious shift is authoritarian entente and demographic fragmentation. Since I've been already talked those issues a lot in the beginning as my introductory remark, I will be very brief for that. But China's influence grow and outreach to global south under Trump 2.0. As you see, 80 plus state is now the beneficiary for 5G Huawei, and then $608 in 2024 across Africa and Latin America. Well, yes, China is trying to getting better in the wake of the COVID-19, but I think this is the kind of the things what happened with, ironically, Trump paved the road for the China to having a more strategic leverage, to making outreach to the global, the South. So I think that is the one thing I would like to worry about it. And demographic fragmentation persists. 60% of Indo-Pacific nations doubt the US reliability, according to, as a typo, 2025 Pew survey. And 92% of elite still believe China is revisionist power to deter, but still they prefer to having strategic hedging. So undermining collective deterrence in Indo-Pacific is a serious issue as Trump see alliance as transactionalism over transnationalisms. And since I'm from Korea, I just want to tell you one more thing about our concern for China, Russia, North Korea axis is deepening. Particularly North Korea and Russia's the military ties is deepening because of North Korea is contributed troops to Ukraine, and they are expanding the cooperation beyond military now for trade and technology and all other things. That posing not only the threats to the Korean Peninsula, but also region and global threats. So European countries are very keen on their military ties. But if I can strictly talking about the serious problem for us, we have a new government. The new progressive government would like to have a recover of a reconciliation process with the North Korea. But believe me, North Korea is not interested in talking with us. Well, they don't even talk with the US because they have now Russia and they have China, and their backyard is widely open while UN and international community try to give a sanction against their nuclear adventure. But I think Russia and North Korea's military ties keep South Korea's strategic room very narrow, undermine Korea Peninsula's peace process, and denuclearization diplomacy is outweigh from visibility. Having said that, if Trump, whatever reason it is, like maybe he wants to having a Nobel Peace Laureate and whatsoever, if he wants to use his summit meeting with the Kim Jong-un, North Korean leader, as his trophy, and bypassing South Korea, I have to tell that definitely cross the South Korea's security red line. The third point is US strategic uncertainty. Well, I think this is more serious. Well, with the Trump 1.0, I think we can wait for 4 years. But he came back. That means probably we cannot go back to where we were under Biden or under LIO situations. Well, not only because their economy is relatively in decline, but I think democracy promotion budget, as I briefly mentioned, or USAID, look, July 1st, 2025, they officially shut down except the 2 points, and $8 billion in foreign aid cuts, 14 million preventable deaths by 2030, according to the Lancet analysis. RFA, Radio Free America, who was the champion for human rights and individual freedom and democracy, Korean, Mandarin, Tibet service is suspended. And Trump's transactionalism over alliance solidarity and transnationalism, I think that gave problems for other strategic transactionalism. But I think we are now have to worry about how we can handle with multilateralism, but how we, instead of that, I think how we can deal with multipolarity. The multipolarity is a much dangerous and complicated issues. But as a Princeton University professor, I can bear mention, even so, I think no viable alternative to liberal international order yet. So here I have to give you some optimistic trial. Resilience of democratic multilateralism, I call RDM, as my definition is the capacity of democratic countries to uphold, adapt, and promote multilateral institutions and norms in the face of hegemonic decline and authoritarian pushback or systemic crisis. I think these days, I think we too much talk about military, security, or economics and numbers and etc. But where's the norm? I think we need a norm. We need a value that is universal values, right? So why this RDM matters? Because of those power vacuum and institution breakdown can be cured in a way, but I think that will shield vulnerable region from authoritarian influence. How? I think security, I mean, the guns and money is important, but I think a norm is also very important. Therefore, I think role of middle powers, we are consumer for what the great powers are made for the international organizations or order, but I think we have to be designer, because no longer mere participant, but strategic order facilities, and we are tech power. And well, if I can boast about Korea, not to mention about K-drama or K-food or whatsoever, but ROK credibility is also rising from development legacy, democratic resilience, alliance reliabilities. And then talent giants, what the Stanford University professors mentioned was talking is Japan, Australia, India, and also Singapore can be a talent giant because they have their specific strengths to be developed. So then what we can do for with or without the US, right? And then I said Biden era and Trump 2.0. But if I can just only mention about without US leadership, hopefully it won't happen. But risk of fragmentation, we have to deal with it. And UN, World Bank, and NATO weaken or by being bypassed. So I think we must, as I said, anchor and adapt and sustain institutions. And we have to make a coalition of willing based on our hard power, also soft power, what we call smart powers, right? So my final takeaway, how to sustain the resilience, democratic multilateralism. I think rule-based order amidst US retrenchment is very important. And G7, NATO, and UN reform, and where we middle powers have to find the rooms and the roles. And then jointly defend WTO and UNCLOS and rule-based system. I hope we can do something together. And there are shape and design institutions, not just use them as middle powers. UN proposed middle power initiative and consultative groups. I mean, I think UN General Assembly will be a good platform for us since the Security Council is now stuck with the vetocracy. And World Bank maybe support broader inclusion in decision-making and co-led innovation platforms. Well, here I want to talk about a little bit more critical of it, but I want to be generous. As I said, I'm a big fan of the World Bank, but I think those broader inclusion in decision-making thing is, I think, something you have to think about as well. And how to link G20, UN, OECD on the rule and governance and matrix. And my final slide was talking about strategic priority for middle powers. The first, revitalizing coalition credibility. As I keep saying, upgrade trilateralism into governance platform. So I was talking about providing global public goods are important, right? But unless we, US, ROK, Japan in Northeast Asia, try to provide regional and global public goods, I think our trilateralism is nothing but just a small game for our own interest. And the build middle power-led security and economic architect is very important. For that, AUKUS and the Quad and also G7 plus format or usual suspect or like a presence, constant presence in NATO as an observer is, I think, important for the Northeast Asian countries to engage in. And quickly bridge it, the governance gap, co-develop infrastructure norm with the Global South partner. Here, I want to echo for the Robert Zoellick was mentioning, the Global South is not our object, but they are our client. I think that mentality is very important. And the aligned strategic narratives. I think we have to see how to address domestic divides to sustain international credibility. I think it's a question for many democratic countries. We are now dealing with the populism and or nationalisms, right? So that we need to having a coordinating alliance messaging to reinforce cohesion, particularly if we have to build up something without the United States. Last but not least, reinforce institutional anchoring. I think we should uphold liberal democratic value through active presence in G7 NATO. So that consolidating like-minded country cooperation. However, we have to go beyond the G20 or G7, expand engagement across diverse unilateral platforms. And we have to say what I call hybrid multilateralism in that context. That means while we are consolidate like-minded countries' cooperation, I think we have to be open and we have to be persuasive to outreach to norm-respecting non-like-minded countries as well, who believe in universal values and human rights or individual freedom or democracy. For that, I think to promote inclusive and rule-based cooperation through outreach and institutional innovations, for that I hope World Bank can play a good role, and we, middle power, can do something as well. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Folks, we're trying to manage the time because we fell late. Yeah? And I have this great lecture. You also want coffee. So you should go get coffee, but please come back. I'm going to take a picture of this place and it will not. You will complete this session. Then we have a discussion. Do it in 5 minutes, and then after, give them a break.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask 3 lightning questions, and you have to give short answers. First question for Hebe. You had this picture of flying geese from Japan. Now, when you look at China, despite all the restrictions, production stubbornly stays in China. Even the countries who supposedly replaced China +1, either they're transshipping or using inputs from China. And China seems to have a comparative advantage. It defies economic logic in high skill, low skill, everywhere. So is the Japanese flying goose, does it become a Chinese dodo, which means it doesn't leave China? So why is that, and what can be done?
I mean, manufacturing firms are gradually leaving China. It's hard to leave China because, as we know, the production networks are so dense and developed in China. So leaving implies that you have to ship the intermediate inputs still from the same suppliers, but now you have to overcome quite a lot of transport cost. But as I've said, I started bringing a lot of Chinese CEOs to visit ASEAN countries and Middle Eastern countries. And now there's a new paradigm, which is to go out together. So I'll give you an example. There is a special economic zone in West Java. And the whole industrial zone was essentially developed by BYD. And that local government in Indonesia basically provide enough subsidies and guidance and land concession to BYD to encourage them to bring not just themselves, but the upstream and downstream to Indonesia. And of course, the Chinese government doesn't want to see this happening too fast, but there's no choice, right? If the tariffs continue to be 50% plus on Chinese exports. So I can continue, but this is happening perhaps not 5 years ago, but most recently it is happening.
Thank you. Sarvan, a question for you. Japan and Korea, who were extremely unwilling to allow immigration, are beginning to open up because of their aging societies. What can they learn even as the rest of the West closes? What can they learn from the experience of the rest that will mean that this opening is sustainable?
So first, I think there are still a lot of challenges that I didn't get into in the talk, and I think managing some of those challenges are important. Right? So when we think about the migrants who are coming into these areas, their welfare and well-being is a big part of this story, and I've described a somewhat positive picture for the families back home, but in our work and in our sample as well, we see, using very standard health surveys, negative impacts on migrants' physical, emotional, mental health because of the working conditions. So I think that's one important thing to really manage is also looking after the welfare of the migrants. Yes, they are under a lot of pressure to send money home. And so sort of how do we ensure fair working conditions, making sure they are not working extremely long hours to basically fill that need that we have seen in Bangladesh and other countries. But I think that that's also helpful lessons for some of these countries going forward.
Thank you.
Other thoughts, but I'll...
Okay. Last question for you, Shinwa. You spoke about what the Europeans would call variable geometry, which is cooperation by subsets of countries on subsets of issues. But isn't there a cost of this fragmentation? What happens if flows of goods, trade, are based more on mutual trust rather than comparative advantage?
Well, I think when it comes to the Europe, they have some common histories. Of course, they are fighting each other, but I mean, they learn lessons from there. But I think in the case of the Northeast Asia and others, I think it was a big power as Japan. It was invading us, and then this colonized Korea. So it's a kind of sense of the victims are there no matter what Japan tried to explain or do it. And an interesting thing is now the Korea is just emerging as a big middle powers. And then into some areas, we just are passing the Japan, right? So there, the Japan try to consider as a competitor as well. So that make them even harder to make a reconciliation for history. So that gave a big compartments for us to move on for the regional community. So whenever we talk about it, we try to link with Europe in order to talk with Japan. And then we try to having ASEAN +3 in order to talk with China and Japan. So I think those limitations give a lot limitations for the Northeast Asia to move on, although we have a very strong tech and economy and powers and etc.
Thank you very much. Please give a hand to this wonderful panel. And the price of listening to our brilliant chief economist sooner after you refreshed with a cup of coffee is that you don't have an option of asking questions now, but you can save all the questions for in the meeting. See you soon.
Dear guests, we will start in 1 minute. Could you please come to the conference room? Thank you.
See, it's better to, you have to give people the, No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Because then it looks like we're wasting time.
Yes.
Yeah?
If you see it is a
It's your thing, so.
Do you want to connect from here? Yes,
No. I know.
You have some notes.
I have this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe I don't need. People are back.
Thanks so much. Can we?
Yeah.
So it's 30 minutes. I know what. Can we finish in 20 minutes?
Sure.
No Q&A, right?
Sure.
Do you want to take Q&A?
Why don't I talk for 15 and then take Q&A for
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming back so quickly. And thank you for all coming back. Actually, all of you are back. Now I'm only going to disappoint you. So I actually changed my presentation quite a bit because of the discussions that that happened yesterday and today. And I thought that I'll actually try to build on those rather than speak about the things that I wanted to. Well, so all of the things that Danny said and Bob said today as well as the things that Mohammed and Masood and others have said, right? So I'm going to, and I think that we'll continue to build on some of these ideas when KU talks about her book, right? And so you should come for that. And I think the first 150 people get one of her books, I think. Yeah. Sign, and she might even sign one. And I'm telling you, you should get that. You should get that autograph from her because she is going places. Okay. So I'm going to tell you about these three things. Actually, there's a third thing too, which is essentially globalism. But for now, the aim of the exercise is not to talk about the Chinese government or the US government or somebody else. We should be talking about ourselves, right? And so I'll be actually really spending more time on the Bretton Woods institutions and so on. Oh, just by the way, Kenan told me that that he's cut my time in half. So I have only 15 minutes. So I begged him for another 5 minutes for Q&A, okay? So I'll be done by around 12:20 max. Okay, so the first thing is that if you look at, hold on, yeah. So the first part of this is that if you look at populism, it's not always a bad thing, especially when it serves as an antidote to an elitism that hasn't worked or that is no longer moderate, right? But then if you look at globalism too, it's a very useful thing, but it must be moderated. I'm not going to talk philosophically about that. I'll just say is that, you know, our general assessment is that multilateralism is not doing very well. And so, and I'll really focus on the three, broadly speaking, the Bretton Woods institutions. These are the things that the framers at Bretton Woods were thinking about. They were thinking about the International Monetary Fund, the International Trade Organization, and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, right? Okay, and so I'll tell you a little bit about that. And we have some people in the room over here, like Aditya Mattu, who really knows the WTO very well, and the GATT. And I'm hoping that there are some people who also know the IMF very well. I think I know the IMF pretty well too. So I'll actually tell you a little bit about that, yeah? Okay, so my first thing was, I showed you one of these things yesterday, but essentially what I did was this exercise in Word Hippo, which was what is the opposite of populism? And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, basically, if you look at this list of things, you don't want to be any of these things, right? So, so actually, populism is not a bad thing at all. It's like the support for the concerns of ordinary people, okay? So then the question is, okay, so I did the same thing for globalism. What's the opposite of globalism? And if you look at that, it's the opposite of the policy of treating the whole world as a proper sphere of political influence. I mean, it's a bit more neutral, but if you look at the antonyms of it, they're not particularly good, right? Isolationism, sequestration, aloneness, retirement. Nobody wants retirement, okay, and so on, right? And then, of course, I did the same thing for what is the opposite of multilateralism, and it said, we don't know of any. World Hippo must be run by a world banker. But basically what it did say was unbiased trade between nations, okay? Unbiased, I think, was the part that they emphasized, right? Okay, all right. So this I showed you yesterday. This is a chart that came. So all the charts have been made by Kenan. All the bad ideas that I'm going to share with you are mine, yeah? So don't blame it on him. So essentially, as you sort of see, the share of populist governments has been going up. The vote share of populist governments is up to like a quarter now after those are numbers from Danny Roderick, the slightly older. These are the latest ones, okay? So it's been inching up a lot. Okay, so then you sort of say, all right, you know, maybe it's just a phase. This chart basically tells you it's, you know, it can easily become serial. It can become a habit, okay? It comes back again and again. And you will see all of these countries have had some kind of populism or the other. The US has just joined recently, actually, right? There. Okay, so so then you say, okay, what do populists do to international integration, which is the globalism part and so on? So here is a recent paper from the AER, and it sort of says that, look, it turns out that international economic integration often takes a beating under populists, yeah? Both in terms of tariffs, trade to GDP, financial openness, everything. I'm going to really go through these slides very, very quickly. But so here's a chart that actually says, okay, we're starting to understand why is there this move towards greater populism and so on. And if you look at this, you start to sort of, the world is divided into reds and greens here. And there are some dark greens, China is one of them, and there's some dark reds, the US is one of them. And I haven't stared at this chart enough, but I suspect that there is some correlation between the rise of populism and being in the red, for long periods. Okay. And then speaking about being in the red, I mean, that lower line there is the US, that upper line there is China, okay? And I think this has to be one of the more significant events in recent economic history, that period between 2001 to 2012 or so, when there were these very large current account surpluses that China ran, and there was the mirror of it were these very large current account deficits. I know the KU is also going to talk about this in her talk. So then that has resulted in this populist argument, which is, it's not like free trade has failed, by the way. They don't say free trade has failed. They say free trade doesn't exist, okay? So if you really think that you want to fix this, then you fix trade, because trade is supposed to be broadly balanced. And however distortionary policies have sort of made these much more persistent and stubborn. And that's where now you start to get a link essentially to the Bretton Woods institutions, which were supposed to be about keeping these things in a more manageable band, both in terms of their magnitude and in terms of their duration, right? And so as a result, this argument says, okay, you know what? It's fair game now. You can use tariffs, you can use non-tariff measures, you can use currency manipulation, et cetera, right? Now, it's worth keeping this in mind too, and there's a chart that you also saw in the last session. I think you showed it, which is that basically it's slowing, it's not falling, okay? I mean, if you look at this, it's still very high, it's above 50%, and it's kind of stayed that way. And it's gone up from about a third of that, essentially, back in the 1950s, right? Okay. So this chart, I don't know why I'm showing you this chart. Actually, it's out of place. But essentially, this was a chart that came out recently in The Economist. It looked at the Big Mac index. And there, so I know why I'm showing it to you. Because if you look at the countries above, like Switzerland, Euro area, Britain, and so on, that's where the Big Mac, a price of the Big Mac is more than the US. Then if you sort of look down below, you go from like, Turkey, which is about the same, then Singapore about the same too, then Mexico, South Korea, all of these East Asian countries where you see this, and this is not uncorrelated with things. So these are not just historical problems. I think, what this just suggests, it doesn't prove anything, but it suggests that these imbalances and so on are something to watch out for still, okay? So if you look, for example, at some of the writings of Brad Setzer, he's actually been writing that some of these imbalances are back, okay? So, right. Okay, so then you say, okay, so maybe the phases of globalization have not gone into reverse yet, but if you look at this is a problem. What has been falling is policy certainty, okay? So there's a huge amount of policy uncertainty, and if you look at trade policy uncertainty, this is driving a large chunk of it, okay? So it's these international economic relations, broadly proxied by trade, that are causing all of these stresses. Okay. So what do populists think about us? Yeah. So essentially, they promote there's my country first idea and oppose open borders and global trade. This often includes criticism of the WTO and the IMF and us. I think we get less criticism than the IMF and the WTO. Yeah. I think we should get more, actually. Okay. And there are these promises, right? And this is the criticism that I heard actually from Eric Fain when I was talking with him about it. He said the problem with populists is broken promises. That they promise the moon and then they can't deliver. And my response to him was, don't non-populists kind of do that too? And number two, if you sort of think about presidents of the US in recent memory, which one has actually kept their word more than others, okay? And I think arguably Trump has kept his word more than the previous presidents, okay? Arguably, I mean, I don't want to have that argument. Okay, but so here's a chart that Kenan dug up, and it's from a book, it's from a paper called "The Twilight of Bretton Woods," and I'm sure it's a friend. I'm sure it's a friend of Matteo Bogamelli, this guy. But anyway, yeah, because as soon as you came here, he wrote this article. But you see over here, you start with Bretton Woods Mark I, which is in the middle there, and then you sort of see that you have this movement which is kind of like circular, right? So you actually get to Bretton Woods Mark II, which is more trade liberalization and somewhat more capital flow liberalization. And then the period that he calls the Washington Consensus, which is the 1990s and 2000s, the golden age of development in many ways, is actually where you have both trade liberalization as well as capital account liberalization. And the question now is, since 2008, we're sort of moving back, okay? And then since 2016, we're moving somewhat horizontally back there. So then the next question ends up being, what's the future? So if it goes up the red thing, then it's the twilight essentially. And alternatively, through some changes in the way that the Bretton Woods are administered, are rethought, etc., you could get a move towards that way, right? So in some sense, I was just thinking about what Bob Zoellick was saying, think about it with a broader, a more horizontal vision and so on. I think this is our dilemma here. You know, how do we get back to something that looks more like that than like that, right? Okay, so now I'll break it down into three things. The first one is the WTO and what preceded it, the General Agreement for Trade and Tariffs, right? For tariffs and trade. And essentially what you sort of see is during the GATT period, which is from 1947 through the early 1990s, you see the tariff rates coming down a lot, okay? Quite a bit, right? And then if you fast forward then to the WTO period, you see that there is a continued tariff reduction after 1996. You continue to sort of see that. That's a simple average. And then if you sort of look at trade weighted, then you actually get those very low ones where you have tariff rates between, less than 5%, yeah? So I don't have time to look into that, but there's some attribution about, what drove this? Was this the WTO that drove it, or was it something else? And according to that decomposition, most of this was unilateral actions, all right? So Aditya Mattu is over here, and you can ask him questions about these things afterwards. I always go to him every time I have a question about trade, just so you know. Okay, so here's something that our global practice for trade actually did, our trade team did. So what they did was they looked at, and this is more recent, huh? This is 2023, this is a couple of years back. So basically, take a look just at the top 4 bands. And if you see more red than green, it means that particular country group has higher tariffs on US exports than the US imposes on imports from those countries. Okay? So red means the US is getting a raw deal. Green means that the US is getting a good deal. So start with high income countries there, right? Which is just about Western and Central Africa. And you sort of see high income countries generally tend to have more restrictions. These are just tariff restrictions. They tend to have more restrictions on US than the others. Okay? So even at those low levels and so on, you see. And then if you look at upper middle income countries, so high income countries are like Japan and the EU. Upper middle income countries are like China, okay? And you sort of see that same problem, China and Brazil and others. And then lower middle income countries are countries like India. And then low income countries are Africa. So I'm thinking, in a sense, this is a problem. So when, for example, Trump and others say that, look, we are being taken advantage of, in a sense, this is what they're talking about. Okay? And so this is not without justification. Asim? Yes? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, so part of the problem is this problem. This is a problem that if you look at the WTO, this is supposed to be a multilateral organization, but the definition that a country has, just for example, so I just showed you low income, lower middle, upper middle, and so on. This is something that Haishan decides. This is not something that India decides, okay? She decides this, right? Haishan, our data group. So you have a bureaucracy over here. I mean that in the best way possible, in a good way, right? So you have technocrats who decide that the multilateral definition of a lower middle income country is this, of an upper middle income country is this, of a low income country is this, etc., right? Not at the WTO. Now the WTO does use a definition of something called least developed, which it takes from the UN, but that's not that many countries, okay? If you look at the others, they self-designate whether or not they're developed or developing, okay? Again, I'm oversimplifying this, I think, and again, the trade people can tell you whether or not I'm exaggerating this, but I don't think I am, okay? Because if you look at this, about 2/3 of countries in the WTO actually consider themselves developing, okay? So you think China is like a really egregious case? China is not. South Korea is the egregious case, okay? This is a high-income country. It's like, has a per capita income of $35,000, okay? And it still calls itself a developing country. What does that mean? That means that it gets different rules in the sense that it can take longer to phase down tariffs and other restrictions, okay? So that means even if it doesn't choose to exercise that thing, it starts out with a very stronger bargaining position. These are the sort of rules that the US has said, we don't think we don't think that this is fair in today's world. And it's because you could think of this in a world where the US and Europe and others had a big share of world GDP, but that's not the case anymore. It's roughly split now, right? So as these other countries have come up, not just China, others too, one needs to look at this and modernize this, okay? In part, I think, so I haven't checked this with Ngozi, who's the head of the WTO now. I haven't checked this with her, but I have a feeling that the staff that she has, and Aditya would know this because he worked there, is that the staff that they have is a very thin staff, right? It's not the kind of, it actually does not have the kind of technical expertise that we take for granted at the IMF and the World Bank, okay? All right, now, so this is a problem, okay? This is a problem. I mean, it's a Peter Pan complex. The way I call it, a Peter Pan, I mean, these countries don't want to grow up, okay? They want to just say, oh, we're going to be developing forever, right? Okay. And I think that the patience of people in the US and all has run out on this one. All right. Okay, so then the role of the IMF. Now, roughly speaking, I mean, there's a whole lot of mumbo jumbo over here. But the thing that you really want to look at is there's this annual article for consultations with most members. Okay? So this is a surveillance function, right? And basically what this surveillance function does is I think, roughly speaking, it essentially says whether or not this country is it running big imbalances, and why is it running big imbalances? And if it decides that it's running big imbalances because it is keeping its currency undervalued, right, which is the case for many East Asian countries at some point in time, then it says, you know what, you have to move to market exchange rates, okay? Now, if you look at one period during which there was this issue, there was a lot of noise from the Treasury and others, US Treasury, that look, China had an undervalued currency. This was after China joined the WTO in 2001. You sort of see that China's global trade surplus goes up a lot, right? And you say, well, some of this could simply be because China is liberalizing, it's becoming much, much more efficient, okay? And as a result of it, other people, folks in other countries have to adjust to this, and they haven't yet adjusted. So as a result of it, it ends up building this. But there are people who looked at this issue and they've sort of tried to break it down and say, how much of this is because China would have had this anyway, and how much of it is because of China keeping its currency undervalued? If you look at Article 4 during this time, you actually find that they flag this a lot. They say, they're actually talking with China and they're saying, you know what, you need to move to market-determined exchange rates and so on. But it never goes beyond that, because you actually find it just shows up in the Article 4s and so on. Again, I think, you know, the staff of the IMF is calling out the problem, but then as it gets higher, it needs to get taken up at a political level, and it appears it never does. And I think that it's really important to ask somebody like Anne Krieger, who was the first deputy managing director at this time. It was just after Stan Fischer. Stan Fischer had left, I think around 2001 or so. Okay. All right. Now, just by the way, this period coincides with the loss of about 2.5 million jobs in the United States, roughly at the same, roughly concentrated in the Great Lakes region. The kind of, you know, states that you hear of, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, etc. These are the names that you hear of a lot. So you can imagine the political import of that. It reverberates till this day. Okay. So this is what people in Washington are saying. The Peterson Institute, people like Brad Setzer and others, they're basically saying the fund appears to be sleeping at the wheel. One of these guys is actually the former chief economist of the IMF, Michael Musa. And then you sort of see over here is that say, look, you know, frustrated with the lack of meaningful exchange rate adjustment by China, and the US Treasury had called on the internet to be more ambitious, okay, right? So you have this criticism and you say it looks like the fund is asleep at the wheel, okay? All right, so then, okay, you say, you know, what would have happened with and without this manipulation? So here is a thing, and basically the title says it all. Currency manipulation was the leading cause of record trade imbalances in the 2000s. And if you look over there, China's actual surplus there was, in 2007 rather, was 353. Without manipulation, according to these estimates, it would be 22. Now, that's not the case in the US in the sense that the actual was 719. Without manipulation, it would have been less. It would not have been zero. Okay? So this is what Bob was saying, that, you know, there is a problem on both sides. On one side, you have China, which gets hooked on exports. And on the other side, you have the United States, which gets hooked on deficits. Okay? Because ultimately, it all gets reflected in the fiscal deficit. Okay? So you now have these two addicted things. And if you sort of go back to the latest numbers now, for example, if you look at China again and say what's happening to the current account surplus is going up. And if you look at the US, trying their hardest to sort of cut the fiscal deficit because good times, they can't do it, you know? Okay, so any of those those of you who have actually had an addiction to oily foods like Indian foods like I do, no, it's really a tough habit to break, right? Okay, all right. So then you have see, again, over here, if you look at the 2000s now, again, example of etc., right? Yeah, I don't know if I think it's the same, right? Is this the same? Okay, yeah. But it bears repeating, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, now here's the thing. That's the IMF, right? So the WTO found wanting. IMF found wanting. What about us? No, we're great. We did everything right, okay? So these are the things that we do, right? We do analytical advisory work, we do technical work, etc., advocacy and so on. So we did these 3 reports, okay? So I actually went through these reports again. And by the way, in this case, I used to be in the East Asia region at this time. I was in the same office that Aditya heads up now, okay? And if you look at this, so some of these reports were done. This is Healthy China. I think it was done in 2018, just before the COVID pandemic. I went through this report. There is no mention of SARS. There is no mention of any epidemic in there. We did this jointly with the World Health Organization. Okay? You say, how can you talk about the health sector in this country, which has had the avian flu, SARS, etc.? Okay? Absent. Okay? China 2030. I looked at this carefully and said, it talked about these imbalances, like it talked about China's global roles, by the way. Never a word about imbalances. No word about what's happening in the US. We're sitting in the US and writing these things. No word. Okay? Nothing. If you look at that one, we were cheerleading a lot. I bet Andrew was one of these people who was cheerleading that. Okay? 4 decades of poverty reduction, fantastic. Thing, But here was the other problem, and this was a problem that I actually once had with the CMU when I was in the chief economist's office and so on. I found that we were confounding our role. So for example, all of these reports would be done jointly with the Development Research Center of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. Okay? They were done jointly. Okay? And then, of course, they would be called the World Bank. And that would be called the World Bank Group, etc. Right? Now that finally, I think so after a lot of screaming and shouting, I think partly by people like me, is that call it what it is. It's not just our report. It's a negotiated document. These are not supposed to be negotiated documents, And by the way, Bob Zoellick was very proud of this report. It's again also a negotiated document, right? Okay. Now, so you say here is this sort of our sort of desire to please, and we just don't want to please. We just don't want to please the Italians because they have a lot of money. We also want to please. We also want to please the Indians who want to borrow because we want them to borrow money from us. So we are addicted to this intermediation, because we want to take money and give money, etc. So we are addicted to it too, and we become so addicted to this that we are willing to do many bad things. Okay, and I'm going to end with that one bad thing. Actually, let me not end with that one bad thing. Let me give you 3 bad things. Okay. So the first one is you say, okay, you know what? For the IMF, you cannot actually build multilateralism on mission multiplication. So I just clicked this one while I was sitting over there. I clicked this. This is a website. If I hadn't put that MF over there, you would have thought this is a World Bank website. And get into it. I mean, look into that stuff and say, why is the IMF doing this stuff? Okay? Why are they doing this stuff? Why aren't they focused entirely on exchange rate issues and some fiscal issues and so on? Why are they doing this? This is a very recent one, okay? This is today. So they're updating this like crazy while they're saying, okay, we're getting out. No, they're not. They're hooked on this stuff because they also want to be liked. Okay? This is the problem. Everybody just wants to be liked, Okay. So this is the second thing. It can't be built on this manipulation of thing that, like I'm actually a developed country. How can you be exporting more than 1/3 of the world's manufacturers and call yourself a developing economy in that respect. When will you be developed? When you get to 100? When you get to 50? When will you be developed? Okay? So that's the point. I think that's the thing that the WTO needs to sort of change and so on. Otherwise, you'll have to come up with alternate mechanisms. And if you want those alternate mechanisms, you can talk with Aditya. He sent me 4 bullet points, which are absolutely spot on. I can read them out to you if you want. Okay. Now, and then the last bit, of course, is multilateralism. Okay. You cannot build it on mistruths. Okay. So if you look at this is the investigation of data irregularities in doing business 2018 and 2020. Norman, I'm sorry I didn't ask your permission before I started to talk about this, but I think this bears repeating, you know? And I tell you, the objective here was to please some countries, not just China, by the way. It's not just China. It's more than one country. It was to please these countries. Now remember, this is a ranking. So if you please one country, you are changing, you are hurting a lot of other countries. Okay? But we're willing to do that. Okay? If you read this report, it's on the web. Okay? It's on the World Bank website. You can read it. You can't make this stuff up. It's terrible stuff. Okay? It's terrible. And why is it done? Because we want Chinese support for a capital increase. And by the way, you can't blame the Chinese for this, because if you really read through that, you don't see any pressure coming from that side. It's purely a self-imposed pressure. We want to be liked, you know? So anyway, you know, I mean, if you want to be liked, go see a shrink, you know? If you want to be liked, as they say, get a dog. But when you come here, you shouldn't be liked. You should matter. You should be honest. You should be tough about the things. Take a while to get to a position, but then don't abandon it. Don't say, I'm going to change the way I calculate these things, etc., etc. Go and read this stuff. It is scary stuff over there. And by the way, I'm not going to show you that anymore, because that's depressing, okay? I'll stop right now. Yeah, thank you. Jero. Yeah.
So our session number 5, Africa Growth and Opportunity, with our esteemed panelists who are getting on stage, and will explore the factors driving economic growth and opportunities across the African continent. And Jero Kaledo, Senior Manager in the Development Data Group at the World Bank, will chair the discussion. He's right here. After the session, we're going to have lunch break, finally. And after the lunch break, there's going to be the book signing and conversation that Indermit is going to have with our author. And just letting everybody know that we're going to have free copies of the book, and she will be willing to spend a little bit of time to sign some of them. So please stick around. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to start by saying good morning, but I guess the way it's good afternoon. Would you like to? Yeah, you can start setting up. What you're going to see, it's not protocol. We're going to try to jump through a few hoops to try to get to the end, probably in give us 50 minutes, like maybe an hour. So if we can delay lunch a little bit. So I had this plan, to have a conversation. So this is a little bit of a different format than what you have seen until now. No paper presentation. I just want to have a conversation, which I think is going to turn into speed dating more than a conversation, because we don't have time. I had all this grandiose plan to have multiple questions, but I think we're going to do what we can do with the time available. Just allow me a couple minutes to frame the conversation, at least. So I have two objectives here. We have two objectives. One is to reflect on the discussions until now that we had in ABCD, but what does it mean for Africa? So a lot of the discussion and focus on other, have been an overemphasis on other regions. But there's a lot of implications on all this discussion for Africa. So we brought here, we're fortunate enough to bring top experts on Africa who can tell us a little bit what the implications are for Africa. So Masoud yesterday spoke of a multilateralism whenever we can, only when we must. So is it for Africa a must moment? Like, is this the moment for Africa to make some decisions that maybe until now they've not been pressured to do or needed to be done? And then but the other objective that I had, and this is a little bit self-promotional, is to give a bit of an introduction on an event that we are organizing as part of the Institute for Economic Development, which is going to be happening in the fall, which it's, we can skip the slide, we can put the slide, which is called Agora. This discussion here wants to be a stop on the road to Agora. And we wanted to take advantage of this impressive intellectual backdrop of the ABCDE to have this conversation and discuss some of the points that we will be discussing in a lot more detail in the 3 days at the conference in the fall. So Agora stands for Africa Growth and Opportunity Research in Action, which is one of the flagship conferences that the Institute will be organizing in Palermo this year in November, jointly with the Bank of Italy, the government of Italy, and several leading think tanks in Africa. So Agora, so what is it different? I mean, you heard a lot about multilateralism, development cooperation. We need to think differently about development cooperation and how we engage with countries, with clients. So somebody said, I think it was this morning, so we need to think of countries as client. We need to think of countries as partners as well. So it's like, how do we engage with institutions in countries, in client countries, to achieve, like I just said, the mission that we all have. And so we're trying to promote a new model of cooperation, whether it's in research, in investment, in policy dialogue, that advances the Italy's Piano Mattei for Africa. So why Italy Piano Mattei for Africa? So who is Enrico Mattei? Enrico Mattei was this industrialist in the 60s, and I think he died in 1963 in an accident, in an airplane accident, still unexplained, which tried to break the mold in the way oil companies engage with Africa. So the Seven Sisters, like in just and introduced this principle that countries should keep 75% of profits from oil exploration. So, which is a little bit of a different approach to in that particular case, a private sector involvement. In this case, in our case, it's not even a private sector involvement. It's a public institution. It's like how do we engage with Africa in a way that it's reflect the principle of whether it's 75% or it's 50%, but it's certainly we're a lot lower now in when we think about if we want to quantify the way of and this is what we're trying to achieve in Agora, starting with the participation and the presentations from African scholars, African institutions, where we want a very heavy participation. So this year, Agora will focus on two priority areas, which is energy and agribusiness, but with jobs, which is in everybody's mind, jobs is a cross-cutting theme for this year. But Agora means it's also meant to be a continuous engagement. It's not just a conference. We want to continue the engagement. And in fact, like we're already planning post-Agora. We're planning an industrial policy conference in Nairobi, where we already received over 1,100 abstracts. I guess industrial policy is a topic of the day. And this is going to be part of the post-Agora. So here's when I was going to talk to you about all the challenges and opportunities in Africa. I will skip it, because I'm sure you know probably a lot more, and certainly the panelists. So I'll just go straight to the panelists by, first of all, apologizing, because like we just said, you've been very patient. And patient until now, and now you've been asked also to speed up in your answer. So I guess the dinner will not do. I think we'll have to do a lot more than that. Yeah, that's like a dinner in Palermo. Okay, that's probably then. So we have a 45 minutes at the most. We had 90. We have an infinite amount of knowledge. If my math is not wrong, like fitting infinite into 45 minutes, it's impossible, but we're going to do it. And so I was planning a couple of rounds of questions, if we do 1 or 1.5, but I just want to get to some of the objectives of this session. So if you allow me, I will kind of almost entirely skip on the introduction, other than names and current title. But also, I'm sure you can go on there's such a thing called the web. You can find all the information that you need on all the speakers. So I will not go into in the order. Well, Andrew Dabelin, I'll follow the order. Andrew Dabelin is the Africa chief economist at the World Bank. Ambassador Sanders is a former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria and DRC, and currently the CEO of FEEDS. And she's also currently in the White House and National Security Council. Jo Swinen, Director General of IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute, where I had also the privilege to work at when I was young and promising. And then we have a Professor Leonard Wanchakon, which I need to say that just one thing about Professor Wanchakon, other than being the James Madison Professor of Politics and International Affairs at Princeton University, and the founder of the African School of Economics, is also proudly the first African teaching in an Ivy League school in the US. And then finally, my friend Matteo, the Italian ED, representing also, it's a long list, but I don't want to offend anyone. Greece, Italy, Malta, Portugal, San Marino, and Timor-Leste. But most importantly, Matteo is also the dean of the board, the current dean of the board, and has been chair of several committees. So without further ado, if you allow me, let's jump. I'm going to sit in my little chair, and we'll go with the first question. Let's see. As you can see, I can talk fast, but there's a limit. Yeah. So that's and I will have the 1 minute. Please try to abide to the. So let me start with Andrew. Since you're sitting right next to me. So yesterday you were part of you were listening to the conversation. There was a lot of discussion about multilateralism in the face of the current global trade disruptions. Your office is about to launch a new report on trade integration in Africa. So feel like, and we talked about this, the ambition and aspiration of trade agreement like the CFTA, the comprehensive, there's a lot of expectation, but it hasn't met the promises. So where are the bottlenecks? Where are the challenges? But more importantly, if you can touch upon, given the moment, is it a good time for Africa use kind of again a Pan-African trade agreement or even regional trade agreement around the COMESA and West Africa, like we just said, to in a way be more responsive to the current crisis?
Okay, so thank you. So we all owe our lack of time to Nirmeet, which means basically that we will come and collect our bills at some point. So look, I think, when indeed we are working on a report on trade integration in Africa, which specifically looks at how to make continental free trade agreement that was signed back in 2018 work, right? So that was mostly our objective. So when we started this, we didn't think about multilateralism. It was in the back of the, it was in the background, but we weren't thinking about that. We were mostly thinking about, okay, how there's this trade agreement across multiple countries. How do we make it work? And I guess having listened to a lot of talk recently, the last couple of days about multilateralism, the fact that 55 countries in Africa are actually committing to a free trade area does count as a multilateral agreement, right? So in that case, they get the points. Now, a lot of people have already started evaluating African continental free trade as having not delivered things. And I think my sense about this is like, look, it was launched 4 years ago. Trade agreements are very complicated. It will take a lot of time. And there's still a lot of things that these countries have to work through, right? So I think of it as, okay, it's one of these like you must do, but it will actually require a lot of effort and a lot of negotiations and a lot of, taking into consideration a lot of the things that, the global multilateral trade agreements have brought out, right? So those things will still be will be present. And my argument will be that, look, there are some things that are promising, which need to be worked out, such as, for example, the constraints are certainly physical infrastructure, right? So, but they're thinking about, corridors at the moment, right? There's the Lobito corridor, which is attracting a lot of attention from both US, EU, even China. There is the, Lagos and Abidjan corridor that they're working on. There are these central corridors in Eastern Africa. So there are a lot of things they're working on. So that's the kind of stuff that eventually will actually bind these countries together and probably lead to better trade agreements. Another promising area is power pools. So they're actually agreeing, they're these, the countries are basically linking their power generation capacity across borders so that at least they can actually be able to, trade across borders on power. And that is happening both in Eastern and Southern Africa, but also in West Africa, right? So those are some of the things that are very important. But my sense is that the biggest problem is going to be on policy, actually. Harmonizing policy, non-trade agreements, and then non-tariff barriers. Getting rid of non-tariff barriers. Those are going to be the biggest wins if this whole continental trade agreement has to work. In addition to, of course, fixing the infrastructure issues. Let me stop here, and then we'll discuss more.
Fantastic. You earned a coffee. So I will do that. Ambassador Sanders, first of all, thanks for being here. So you've been involved in your former capacity in the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. So the Agora has been renegotiated now as we speak. And what would a world with or without Agora look like for Africa? And what recommendation would you give to make a case in favor or against Agora?
Yes, thank you. I actually want to make two quick corrections, so I don't want anyone to think I'm misrepresenting myself. I was ambassador to the Republic of Congo, not DRC, and I served as a previous director for Africa at the National Security Council, not currently. So I just want to make sure that I clear that up. In terms of AGOA, it has right now maybe about a 9-week clock left on the legislation or so, depending on what the current leadership wants to have as a relationship with the continent vis-a-vis trade. AGOA was never a development tool. It was a trade preference. framework. And I think over the years, that's gotten conflated, where people have looked at AGOA as a development tool, and that was never the intention. And I think that that's why, in a lot of ways, aspects of underutilization of AGOA has happened over the last 25 years. And so my argument now is really to make sure that we have a trade relationship with the continent, whether it's AGOA or whether it's some other framework. I think there are indications now that the transactional framework, either with individual countries or with regional groupings within the continent, or even with the Africa CFTA, might be the framework that the current administration is looking toward. And so I think that there's a viewpoint where we either are engaged with the continent or we're not. And my argument has always been to have a trade relationship with the continent. I'm not arguing for or against AGOA necessarily. I'm just arguing for that relationship. And the thing that I say on a lot of speaking engagements that I talk about, at least from the American perspective, is, if you're not working with the continent, then you're missing a tremendous opportunity currently and also down the line. Not only will the continent have the largest combined working age population for the next, whatever, that means that where are you going to even sell your goods and services to, if you're not involved with the continent? And conversely, I think that it's up to African nations and African leadership to determine who they want to be involved with. It's not for us to determine that, it's for them to determine that. And whether they do it on a regional basis, whether they do it on a continental basis, whether they do it on an individual country basis, I think that's up to the African nations to decide. And I push back on the American perspective that we need to be telling, we need to be listening and engaging as partners. We can't be neo-colonialists ourselves. That has been my position for a very, very long time. I think going forward, some of the areas that my panelist colleague here has mentioned about, where do you look for those transactional areas, whether it's agriculture, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's mining, whether it's rare earth minerals, et cetera. Several years back, I wrote a book talking about, what are the top 8 sectors where, Africa working with the US could focus on. And I still think those 8 sectors are still quite relevant today. I call that my top 8 list, actually, and I looked at it recently, and I still think it still has merit. And, you look at, agriculture, there's nothing that I'm saying that is new here. I think the sectors that I'm going to highlight are the same sectors that we've all talked about over the years. And so it's certainly agriculture. There's a lot of emphasis today on rare earth minerals. There's manufacturing. Certainly, I would say even climate smart tourism. I would also talk about housing and housing development, because you have a huge housing challenge on the continent, and you've had that for years and years. I've worked on those things. Energy, and that's both climate smart energy as well as traditional energy, and how you upgrade those things. So I think that the argument today from my perspective is we need to have a trade relationship with the continent, determine working together with the continent on what that relationship is going to look like, and whether it is AGOA currently or AGOA 2.0. It doesn't matter, but we need to have a relationship, a trade relationship, and a robust one with the continent. You will know that I think in last year's FOCAC with China, they have started to create their own AGOA-like framework, where African products will be able to come into China duty-free. So if we're not in the game, then we're gonna lose that dynamism that Africa brings to the table. And lastly, and I'll close here in respect for the time, I've always said that if we're not in the room, then we're on the menu. I would like to see us in the room working in partnership with the continent.
Thank you, and my apologies but I was going by memory, and at this age, like me, just it doesn't always help. Matteo, just going back to the multilateralism. Yesterday, you chaired a session, very interesting session on multilateralism. Your reflection on what about Africa? So, what does it mean for Africa? But also, turning to the Piano Mattei, it's like, how can it serve, what as we are claiming, how can it serve as a new model for cooperation with Africa?
Thank you, Jero. So yes, indeed, yesterday panel was very, very interesting and useful, thanks to the excellent participants. We cannot deny that the main theme of the panel was to say that, multilateralism is a bit in trouble. And very constructively, I would say the panelists spoke about alternatives, but at the same time arguing that those alternatives can be sort of way of building a new multilateralism, and this is something that I really appreciated. I have to say that in my position, I want to say that we have to do all we can to keep multilateralism alive, especially, I would say, for Africa, connecting to your question. As I said yesterday at the board of the World Bank, we really believe, and every day we work for a multilateral approach. If I look at what we have achieved in the last 2 years, basically significant increase in the availability of financial resources. Let's talk, for example, about IDA, an example where 70% of the resources go to Africa, the increased financial commitment, increased disbursement, and a lot of work to increase what we call the operational efficiency and effectiveness of the institution. All this, I think, has been reached through cooperation, dialogue, and consensus within the board. So this is a big sign of multilateralism. Obviously, I cannot deny that the situation is slightly different and is difficult, but at the same time, I want to say that for who does our job, we should simply accept that at some point, priorities, areas of collaboration, opportunities change over time, sometimes more abruptly than other times, but this is our work, and I truly believe that at the end, multilateralism is really the only possibility, the only response to the global environment in which we live, one in which we are very connected, very strictly, very closely connected in ways that are also very complicated. Think of the global value chain. We have experts here, so it's very difficult to imagine that at some point any of us can really disconnect from that environment. So I want to remain, in that sense, optimistic, and I think we need to keep talking to all and find common grounds, find new solutions. Probably multilateralism is somewhere in another space. We have to look for multilateralism in a different space, especially I would say in this institution, which is not only a global institution, but is a global institution with a strong regional presence and knowledge. So going back to yesterday's discussion, when regionalism was in a sense correctly so, I mean, the right answer to the current situation, this institution is at the same time global and regional. So I think that here we can do really a lot. Regionalism and Africa. That was a question that I asked yesterday to the panelists, and it's a difficult because yesterday we got many examples from Asia, and useful example from Asia. I would say that regions and continents are different, so we should really dig into the region and country specificities. There are differences and probably different approaches, different instruments, different solutions are needed. So I'm not really able to develop very much here. There are a great expert close to me, but I would say that we are the World Bank, so let's look at the details and let's look at the things that can be lessons learned from Asia and things that are intrinsically different in Africa, and we have to take care of that. But definitely I agree with previous speakers that Africans must strive to increase regional integration, and that was a point that has been already made. I would say regional integration within Africa and regional integration with other continents. And so this goes back to what we were discussing as region, as prodromic to creating a new multilateralism. And here I would think about Africa and Europe. And here where the Mattei plan kicks in. Sorry, I didn't want to make any self-promotion, but that was the question that I got, so I have to talk about it. As Gero said, this is the novel approach that the Italian government has decided to apply in its relationship with Africa. Basically, three components, three ingredients. The first one, as you said, the idea of and also the ambassador said, to talk about equal partnership with shared benefits and shared responsibilities, not just a matter of benefits, but also responsibilities. Co-designing solutions, so this is the second element, and this very much speaks to the approach of the World Bank, which is a country-driven approach, demand-driven approach. So it's not possible to design things that are relevant for Africa from Italy or from Europe. It's something that should come from Africa. And the third element is just to talk about concrete projects instead of talking about high-level principle and so on. Let's work on projects. And some of these projects have been mentioned, and energy access, which is a key mission initiative of the bank with Mission 300, training, green infrastructure, digital innovation, and so on. Just to clarify another element, this is not just the approach that Italy is using with the idea of a bilateral engagement with the Africa. It must be multilateral again, and so I go back to this multilateralism. And so some events that happened recently, there has been an event in Rome on June 20 with President Banga joining, where organized by Italy, by the Prime Minister of Italy, but the European Union involved, the European Commission, President von der Leyen, the World Bank, the African Development Bank. So the idea would be that we can achieve relevant results only if we work all together with the global institution and with the EU involved. Because in a sense, if you take the Italian perspective, I mean, we are putting a lot of money. Indermit said that we are rich. I'm not sure we are rich, but for us it's a lot of money. But clearly the European Union can increase significantly the amount of money involved. And the project we were talking about was the Lobito corridor that has been mentioned, the Blue Raman Sea cable, an Italian initiative on the sustainable coffee value chain. So we are talking about agriculture and then everything that is connected to energy and so on. Just to go quickly to the conclusion, I mean, it seems that we are talking about something that is very much into the public sector, but no, the idea is to have the private sector involved too, which is very important for sustainable growth in Africa. So here the idea, again, following the same spirit, is to have, partnership between international companies from, you say, advanced countries, but at the same time, local companies. So the idea is to have local companies always involved, because at the end, we want to create development that is there to stay. And again, we cannot do this without institutions like the World Bank. The World Bank means, or the other regional development banks, means reaching scale and impact, leveraging scarce aid resources better. And as you know, under the leadership of President Banga, this new idea of improving and strengthening our capacity to attract private capital into development, which is a difficult thing, but I think we are also succeeding there. So this is more or less the response to the African needs. Let me stop here.
Thanks, Matteo. Just to be fair, like you just said, I let Matteo talk way past the 5 minutes because he might have to leave at 1:30. So so this way he is already. But we'll try to get to the second question. Leonard, I had a question for you, but I was wondering whether you want to react first to what Matteo said about the Mattei plan and the need for African to be on the driver's seat in a way. So, and then, but my question to you was also, so you're an educator, you're a scholar, and you've been arguing quite adamantly that Africa needs to drastically increase investment in innovation, in science and technology. Even controversially, perhaps, like I just said, not following Western models and reinvent the African contextualized models. So, can you would you kind of give us your wisdom on that?
First of all, thanks so much for having me here. My perspective is not only informed by my research, but also by my experience as academic entrepreneur. I set up a university about 11 years ago that has been doing very well. We just opened a research hub, multidisciplinary in math, geoscience, biotech, arts, history, and economics. We also, very soon, will start R&D-driven startup in agriculture and ecotourism. So that said, I want to make 3 points. The first one is that Africa is way, way behind where it needs to be in terms of innovation. The world average in scientists is about 1,084. Africa, 164. We contribute to only 1.1% of the global knowledge production. This is very, very, very problematic for 2 reasons. The first one is that innovation is the driver of social progress, not only because innovation helps productivity, but also innovation strengthens state capacity, strengthen knowledge production. So what innovation does is far more than the economic impact. The social impact is huge. And the second point is that if what we do is import technologies, there is a current research showing that many, particularly in agriculture, technology that have been imported are inadequate and lead to 58% loss in productivity. So for the society, for productivity, it's important that countries in Africa have agency, develop local capacity in research. Now, let me now come to what this can be addressed, which is the question. First of all, I think a major boost in research funding, R&D, institutions, for instance, that will push private sector to invest more. That's also very important. But the second point that I think it's vital is to think carefully about areas of strength that we can develop. For instance, agriculture, medical research, AI. There are massive interest in these sectors, like Morocco in AI, Nigeria and South Africa in agriculture. And a friend of mine who is PhD in engineering set up a semiconductor and nanotechnology firm in Kenya, very frontier. This is the kind of ambition that we need. Now, to finish, I'm also going to, following my other colleagues on the panel, the need for regional hubs, for multilateralism in developing research capacity. I can think, for instance, that if we have an University of Agriculture, the University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, Nigeria is 7th in the world, according to the ranking, 7th. We can turn this center into an Africa-wide, or at least regional center, where there are pipelines of talented, scientists coming from all over West Africa to join, so that we can move, they can move up. So I think those are areas that I think we can address forcefully to close the gap that currently exists between Africa and the rest of the world.
Thank you. Thanks, Leonard. Yo, your turn. So back to my corner, agriculture. So some colleague, nobody can deny the importance of agriculture on the continent, whether it's for job creation, potentially for growth, although it's not delivered on that front. And some of your colleagues actually called it the sleeping giant. Agriculture is a sleeping giant when it comes to inclusive growth and job creation. What will it take to wake up this giant, and why we haven't been able to wake it up?
Thanks, Jero. And I had a list of 1,000 points to answer, but in a speed dating, I'll probably have to focus on one or two. Just on terms of the issue, okay, I mean, Africa is now the place where food insecurity in the world is concentrated, and it's gone up very significantly over the last decade, both food insecurity and malnutrition. If we talk, there was a lot of discussion over the past today on the demographics, okay, and so how linked to migration. I think there again also agriculture and rural areas play a very important role. And the third point, which kind of comes up back in various places, but it hasn't been dealt with in detail, I think, but is so crucial, it's the issue of conflict and fragility of states. And we see that the growth of acute insecurity, which has actually grown exponentially over the last decade, is very strongly correlated with the fragility issue, and again, very disproportionately located in Africa. And so the issue, of course, how agricultural growth can contribute with lessening that, of making the situation better. I think there the point which Leonard has already emphasized very strongly, I think the innovation and the productivity growth is crucial. Of course, I mean, this is all within a sustainability framework, but if you look globally right now, okay, Africa is lagging behind the rest of the world in productivity growth in agriculture in almost incredible way. I mean, the average, if you look at average output growth per year in the world is about 3%, okay? Across the world, about 60 to 70% of that is productivity growth and 30% is input growth. In developing countries, it's 50-50, and Africa, it's 10 to 90. So only 10%, so that has to change, okay? And in a number of ways that we kind of know how to do it, it's just theoretically at least, the issue is how to implement it and how to make it happen. I think one of the areas is clearly investments in innovation, research and development. We've seen in areas which have done much better that there's been very significant investment, particularly, I mean, China stands out, but also India, other regions. In Africa, if you look at government expenditures on agriculture, they have actually gone up by 50% in real terms over the past 20 years. But all the growth has been in subsidies, in fertilizer subsidies, etc. If you look at R&D investments, it's flat. There's been no growth. So I think that really has to change. I think also we've been talking about the role of trade here. I would open it up even to the role of exchange, if you want, of value chains, both domestically and intra-Africa and outside of Africa. And some of the problems that we have in the international trades are just as well problems in domestic trade. Things like infrastructure, safety, quality standards, institutional constraints, etc. So they affect the entire value chain development, not just the trade. And of course, on the trade issue, some of the other issues which were already mentioned reinforce this thing. I think is a difference this time. There's a number of factors which hopefully will contribute to making it different. Okay, one is, I think, despite the points that Leonard said, I think the capacity in Africa in a number of ways has increased significantly over the last 20 years. If I look at my own institution, for example, we work much more with local organizations with analysis and studies inside the countries than we did 20 years ago. And I know that's in various other organizations as well. There's been significant urbanization and income growth, middle-class income growth in Africa, and that will create a demand side for the development of food production, which we know triggers down in most cases to actually the production side, productivity, access to both markets and inputs. I think there's also been a number of cases where if you look at fruit and vegetable exports from Africa to Europe, for example, that has grown very significantly over the last 20 years again. And again, there, I think this can be a model for going forward. And there's been what people like Chris Barrett and Tom Reardon have called the value chain revolutions. Okay, but there's a lot of investments actually in the upstream parts of the value chain, which trigger down in terms of information provision, technology, finance, etc. Maybe my last point of what may be different is I was struck in a couple of months ago when at the time of the World Bank IMF spring meetings, we had an event at IFPRI, my institution, where we invited a number of African leaders there. Their attitude to what was going on in Washington was very different than the people based in Washington. It was much more, okay, this is a crisis, we're going through so many crises, yet another one, but we can deal with it. Okay, just another one. So it was much more a we can do thing. And I think that links strongly in points which were made yesterday, very strongly, I think, and also this morning by Bob Zoellick, in terms of ownership and own leadership and becoming a partner in the development framework. And so hopefully this can be another step in actually making that work.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think that the dynamic, from my perspective, having worked to establish about 4 or 5 farms in Nigeria with an entity called Songhai, is that the challenges that I think still currently exist are really within the ministries of agriculture to a great extent on the continent. Not only having the capacity to not only look at implementation, infrastructure, value chain, all of those kinds of things, but also to encourage the next generation or the current generation to be more involved in agricultural production, and also looking at agriculture as a means to have job creation. I don't think that there is, at least my experience, both living on the continent and working with a number of, standing up a number of farms over time, is that you don't have a continuity from one transition government to another in terms of what agriculture policy is going to be. Sometimes the tariff barriers within a country, whether you can get an export license to even export your produce, that's a challenge. The use of technology we were doing almost 10 years ago, where we were doing 3D printing of spare parts for agricultural machinery, all those kinds of things. But then that happens, and then the next government will come in and all of those things stop. So you have this challenge on the continent writ large. I think, ministries of agriculture, maybe it's from a continental perspective, maybe it's going to be a regional perspective, really need to look at those connections in order to be successful. And I guess the other part is the financing. Financing does play a part in agricultural production. So whether subsidies are part of that or whether something else is part of that, I think that, really seeing the struggles that I've viewed over the years with farmers trying to not only maintain their small farms or even cooperatives runs across the gamut from not only financing, but support from their ministries of agriculture. Now it's exacerbated by climate change. And so I think that there's a whole range of things, and certainly, the role that agriculture can play across the economic spectrum, including job creation and the things that were mentioned by my colleague here are really key.
Thank you. So I'm running out of time. So as part of the second objective to kind of place Agora in this discussion. So I'm gonna go to Matteo for 2 minutes. Agora is meant to forge a partnership between North and South to support this partnership. I wanna hear you in 2 minutes, the Northern view, and from Leonard, the Southern view. Why Agora is important, or if not. So I'm not, I'm the self-promoter, but you can have a different view. So tell us why Agora in this moment, with what it's trying to achieve, it becomes important in this conversation and to move the agenda forward.
Thank you, Jero, and let me apologize in advance because, as Jero said, I have to leave in a few minutes. I'm a supporter of Agora, if this is the easy and short answer, not only because Sicily is a fantastic place and the Sicilian cuisine is my favorite, but because, I mean, the principle, as you described, the principles and the underlying philosophy of Agora is very similar to what I described earlier with the Mattei plan. Actually was inspired by the Mattei's plan, so the joint responsibility, co-creation, and so on. Let me just take one perspective why I believe that Agora can really add to the discussion we are having here, and which is, I would like to focus on knowledge. In a sense, that what Agora is doing is to complementing the project level approach that I was saying before. We know that the World Bank group, the World Bank is not a traditional bank, it's a knowledge bank. And this is very important because what makes really the bank unique is the fact that we bring knowledge alongside financing. And so I believe that Agora can give a lot in that dimension. And let me just mention very quickly few perspectives. The first one is obviously this is an institution that is a champion in generating and knowledge creation and generation and diffusion, let's say. And so the idea of Agora is very simple there. It's just to connecting field experts, researchers, policymakers, and think tanks from Africa, Europe, Italy, multilateral institution, and so on to favor this knowledge exchange that can be useful, I mean, to raise productivity or any other priority that we mentioned. The second point is that given that, again, we are at the World Bank here, it's not just a matter of knowledge, but it's the operationalization of knowledge. So bringing knowledge into project or operation, just in another sense, to make any research and analytical output into project and operation of the World Bank. And as an economist, I mean, I can simply, actually an empirical economist, I should say that, you know, data, research, economic analysis are the foundation of good policy making. And so we definitely need this. And the third point is that this knowledge is also useful to build capacity in the client countries because we can provide advice, we can provide financing, but then if there is no capacity in terms of implementation on the side of the clients, then you don't get results and impact. And so again, Agora, I understand that is exactly doing that. I mean, building institutional capacity, skill, and capacity that stay there because the idea will be not just to attach knowledge and capacity whenever there is a project, but to leave capacity on the ground. And the very last point is also the connection with the private sector again. And so there is knowledge for you know, designing business solution, and this requires to connect the academia, policymakers, think tanks with small and medium-sized enterprises in Africa. So all these components, to me, are the real value added of Agora. Thank you.
Leonard, do you mind?
Yes. So, in fact, one of the less known Italy connection is the Institute for Theoretical Physics in Trieste. That was set up by Abdul Salam. And there has never been a stronger champion for science and technology in Africa than Abdul Salam. So he came to Benin and set up an institute of mathematics and physics. He went to Congo to give a speech to undergraduate students about the value of science. Many of those students now are top around the world in science. So what I will strongly recommend is that this is also an Africa-Italy summit in science and technology. And so we need all those, you know, like scientists and social scientists, natural scientists in Africa to be represented. There are a lot of associations, you know. For instance, I attended the association, the Congress of African Material Science Association in Kigali. So, and then on top of it, I think it's also important that we develop collaboration, not state to state or Italy, Africa per se in general, but also between scientists around projects. And so this for me is what is important. To finish, I would like to I think that it's important not just to push for entrepreneurship, but educated entrepreneurship. So we need entrepreneurs who are highly educated. And I'm not saying that every one of them, but at least a critical mass of highly educated entrepreneurs so that they can push for innovation while trying to prosper economically. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Yes, no, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, I'm pushing my luck here. I'm standing between you and lunch. So I think I will stop here. My pledge is I promise I'll give you a lot of time in Palermo if you decide to come. Not only for dinner, but also for having a much longer and in-depth discussion on some of those issues. And I apologize, I don't think we have time unless the organizer tell me that I can take 1 or 2 questions. Is there any burning question? I think, the growl in your stomach is probably, yes, okay. Just bear with us.
Hi, I'll keep it short. One point that was brought up yesterday by Professor Danny Qual was that the elimination of catastrophic risks can be used to address some of the market failures. So in your opinion, what challenges on the African continent do you think are the most ripe for this type of solution?
Okay, and that's the second and last question, and then we'll move on.
Hi, I'll make it short. I was wondering about your thoughts on the role of the diaspora in bringing some of this human capital, financial resources, networks back to the continent as well. Thank you.
Anybody mind to pick up the, please. Andrew.
Thank you for raising the role of the diaspora on the continent. I think it's fundamental and key in so many ways, not just in the areas that we've talked about today, but certainly across the board. The dynamism that I see from the Africa diaspora in terms of connecting not only on the business front, but on research, development, on technology, is extremely impressive. And in fact, I think that at least from the U.S. perspective, I think that the effort that the Africa diaspora has encouraged the U.S. to focus on Africa is commendable. And so I do think for a lot of the development areas for financing that you've talked about, there are a lot of diaspora businesses that I work with as a consultant that are doing a tremendous amount, not only on financing, but using technology in the sectors that we've talked about, from agriculture to manufacturing centers to farming. So I think that diaspora, at least the diaspora that's here in the United States, is fundamental to ensuring that we have this U.S.-Africa relationship that I talked about earlier, not just in trade, but across the board in a number of areas.
Andrew, would you like to pick the first one?
Sure. So one of the impediments to actually creating kind of robust, dynamic economies with large companies that want to enter and with production hubs and networked firms is this particular issue about risk in the continent. And there are several risks that can be catastrophic for firms. One of them is just basic production risk. So that's one thing, if there's a lot of market, insurance markets that exist to ensure that will be good. Political risk is very common, and government changing, they change policies, countries go into conflict, and production risks particularly will be important in agriculture, but everywhere else. And then the final one is trade risk. There are a lot of trade risk disruptions, across the board, right? You can build a great highway or railway, but then you arrive at the border and you can't go through, and all kinds of things, right? So there are all kinds of risks along the value chains and along the production chains, which can be ensured that will be helpful for entrepreneurs.
I'm afraid that we need to stop. I was kind of wondering whether it's the glucose level is so low that you cannot get up. So that's why you haven't left the room. But I will stop there. Let me thank again and I think they deserve a round of applause thank you everybody for coming. Everybody who's connected online. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Going to now have 30-minute lunch break. Lunch is served on both sides in the overflow areas. So we should be back at 2 o'clock.
Hello. Hello. Lunch break is 1 hour and 15 minutes. So the book talk will start at 2:45 p.m. as planned. So lunch break is 1 hour and 15 minutes, and book talk will start at 2:45 p.m. Following Good afternoon. Now books are available to pick up. Please pick up your book from this side. Thank you so much.
I'm good. When are you going to come up with us? What about
Okay, everyone, we're ready to start. Welcome back. This is our first book talk, during which we will explore China's unique economic strategies and their global implications. So let me again welcome to the stage Indermit Gill for a conversation with Ms. Ki-Yu Jin, Professor of Finance at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and the author of the book, New China Playbook Beyond Socialism and Capitalism, which, if you haven't picked up a copy, there's still a couple left. So, Indermit.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. Well, it's a real privilege and honor to be here. Thank you so much, Indermit, for inviting me to talk about my book and about China. It's really a resounding theme. China has been mentioned many, many times throughout the conference, and I'm also going to build on what was discussed and connected to some of our perspectives from China, really from the taking a different perspective on China from the inside is the goal. Look, China is heavily misunderstood. There are many paradoxes about the Chinese economy that defies economic logic, which was mentioned this morning. For one, it's been the fastest growing economy for the longest period of time in all of human history, apparently, despite some of the conventional wisdoms about growth. Ease of doing business, now called business ready. China ranked very low during the period of fast growth, rule of law. Governance issues, relatedly, really never scored very high. A second, a really interesting phenomenon, which I don't know if most of you have seen, is that the real returns to stocks, just during the fastest period of growth, of economic growth, the real return has on average been zero. If you look at cumulative stock returns from 2001 until recently. No correlation between economic fundamentals and stock market returns, which puts China in the same bucket as Iran. So that's another very puzzling financial phenomenon. Another paradox, housing prices, exorbitant prices. Someone living in Beijing has only 1/5 of an income of somebody who lives in San Francisco, but basically has to pay similar housing prices. How is that really affordable for the young generation? And Another really interesting paradox, which is that a country that has only a quarter of the standards of living of advanced economies can do cutting edge technology. Now, we can debate whether China's a developing country or not. I think this is a continued debate, but it's, you know, one of really the few in history that if it qualifies still as a developing country to really do cutting edge technology still. So in that sense, it kind of echoes with Intermit's comment that is it really a developing country? No, if you look at the dominance of manufacturing, if you look at the technology, which is, you know, a strong research area that I'm focused on currently. But out of 35 out of 41 cutting edge research, China now leads the US. And if we think about innovation, not just as the breakthroughs, and not just the invention part, but also diffusion and adoption as also critical parts of innovation, China really has that capacity advantage to combine both dominant manufacturing capacity and leading edge technology with you know, kind of a political economy that I will discuss, making it really kind of very, I would say, complementary role to the US in terms of diffusing and adopting technology. But that really is a puzzle, right? In the sense that if you look at the hundreds of millions of people still living in the rural areas, undereducated, underemployed, and the vast heterogeneity across the cities and regions in China in terms of income and prosperity, that China can do this cutting edge technology, I think is one of the most interesting and fascinating topics that we should focus on today. And so again, you know, there are lessons to be drawn. I will try to paint a realistic picture of China. The good and the bad, I want to argue, are simply the same side, the two sides of the same coin. There are lessons to be drawn. There are wisdom to be extracted, not for emulation, right? It's very difficult to imitate, but for some inspiration. And there are some mistakes that are also not to be repeated. And that is the goal of what I want to discuss. Why I wrote this book, you know, Western perspectives of China are quite singular, if you will. They're quite consistently negative. If we look at the China collapse theory, there have been at least 5 different editions of Chinese economic collapse since the 1980s, during the period during which China grew the fastest, each time with a different iteration. Recently, it's the peak China theory. Now, maybe it has been peak growth, but this actually, the peak China theory happened before the DeepSeek moment, which was, I think, also a very symbolic moment that despite, and maybe thanks to the export controls led by Trump and reinforced by Biden, that China has totally accelerated the national drive for technological supremacy. You know, the local economic entrepreneurialism is still very dynamic. Now, there are serious challenges. You know, economically, it's very weak. There are political economy challenges. Again, I think it just echoes some of the fundamental themes I want to raise in this book, coming back to what that model is. But the other reason, apart from demystifying some of the misperceptions which are becoming dangerous to global peace and stability, the misperceptions about China, is the fact that there's more than one way of making things work. And again, from Bob Zoellick's morning speech, we have also discussed about how it has to be contextual. You can't take a model and just say, you know, let's copy it. There's not just one model or the few macro models that we study in Western economic thinking that is the only way to become economically successful. I sometimes venture outside a bit of the economic realm because I think to understand China's micro and macro, from the consumers to the entrepreneurs to the political economy, which we call mayor economy, there have to be some elements of reference for culture and history and respect for history, historical legacies to understand this. For example, the housing puzzle we come back to, the one-child policy. You know, how is it possible that the Chinese young generation can afford these housing prices, and everybody has to own a property, as we all know, to raise the, let's say, to raise in a country with missing women, to raise the status of bachelor, you have to own a property. And how is it possible with their income, currently level of income, and lack of job stability, well, there's something we call in China called the 6 wallets phenomenon. 6 wallets, you and your spouse, their parents, together pool together resources, share consumption risk to purchase a house for you. Maybe sometimes, now the recent phenomenon is that the grandparents are supporting the young because they get pension. Youth unemployment is very high. They rather stay at home and so-called lie flat and get an income from your grandparents until maybe a more suitable job comes along that befits your very fancy academic diploma. So all these kind of intergenerational altruistic dynamics also feature very prominently, some of that offsetting the lack of or deficiencies in the pension system coming from the intergenerational dynamics. And I think that explains a huge amount of socioeconomic phenomenon going from, why the fertility rates are so low to the high saving rate in China, housing prices, a range of issues that we can understand, but in conjunction to the cultural and historical elements. Finally, the subtitle of my book is called Beyond Socialism and Capitalism. And of course, people ask me, what do I mean by that? I'm not sure these labels really matter anymore in today's age. But certainly, if I were to summarize it in a sentence, it would be trying to strike a balance, right? A very different balance, a unique balance between government and industry, between coordination, state coordination and market mechanisms, and a balance between communalism and individualism. I want to argue that this is an ongoing endeavor of the Chinese leadership. When they have a vision for China's economic future, it is trying to strike that balance. Whether they can or have or will achieve that is still very much in question, but that is part of the overall holistic goal, apart from just economic growth going forward. Now, I want to start by an example. Now, remember, one of the themes, in my book, I talk about the dynamic new consumers and entrepreneurs, and one of the themes is what we call the mayor economy. Now, someone reminded me in lunch that we usually associate Mao and markets, and we like that kind of dichotomy, but in China, actually, the mayor economy versus the market economy is more relevant. Mayor economy and market economy, ironically, sounds almost identical. 市场经济 and 市长经济. Not sure anyone could tell the difference here, but I think the irony is that these two things actually, they are very much integrated, right? And that is the hybrid state economy, political economy that I want to discuss, and why there's the good and the bad, and some of the prevailing issues that we are, struggling with, grappling with China has very much to do with the mayor economy. But before we talk about that, let me go back to an interesting example. So. Solar panels. Okay, start with solar panels. This is, if you look at, solar panel production and innovation in China in 2005, it's really very much a desert. You probably can't really see this. I'm just pulling out research by colleagues at the London School of Economics. This is patent distribution, the city level. You can have a very similar picture of production of solar panels in 2005, really a desert. And that's when the industrial policy, echoing back with, harking back to the industrial policy debate, started for solar panels in 2005. Now, what was interesting is that it started from 13 cities. Okay, we talk about city-level industrial policy, and it got rolled out to many, many cities, and then over 100 cities eventually. Now, this is the graph in 2019. Okay, so if we look at the hottest red areas, are those cities that have between 1,000 to 2,500 new patents per year. Okay, and obviously, the warmer the color is, the more patents you see. So first of all, it's really spread out over China. Solar panel innovation, production, and if you have the same graph for EVs, for robotics, it would be a very similar picture. It's not in just Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. It's really very spread out. And the ones that have the circle, the black circles, are the ones that pursued these industrial policies. And you can see that the ones that pursue the industrial policies are very much the ones that have seen the fastest both production growth and innovation growth. Really quite a striking picture. Again, if you look at some of the other city level policies and link it with EVs and an ongoing work that I'm doing with a few co-authors, it would be very similar picture. So on one level, it seems like industrial policy does really work because, you know, over this period, we saw a 90% reduction in the cost of solar. We saw China becoming very dominant in this industry as well as in EVs. It seems like some kind of state role industrial policy is incontrovertible. Now, we did mention a lot about industrial policy and this kind of revival of interest in industrial policy in the Western front, but I'd say that a lot of the catch-up industrial policies in China have not worked very, very well. But the industrial policies that are designed to dominate emerging strategic new sectors, okay, to jumpstart new sectors like the ones we're seeing, are actually working very well. Now, we don't have time to go into this, but I think there is some, it does merit a further investigation as to what policies actually matter. So for instance, the case of solar, in case of EVs, they see that innovation subsidies matter, but investment subsidies do not matter. Demand side policies matter. And what's really crucial is that it's really some of the softer policies, right? It's about creating that ecosystem, that environment. So these mayors, they go around and they build mini Silicon Valleys all over China, right? It's about providing land and cheap access to capital and, you know, providing bank or coordinating banks, but also bring in lots of battery manufacturers, you know, control systems, different kind of coordination that the local government does a lot. And so creating that ecosystem is something that, you know, is very much complementary to actually the amount of financial subsidies, I'd say. And even in Shanghai, you know, people don't mention about this. I don't know why the US doesn't talk about this more often, but Tesla got a lot of free cash and cheap land, right? And actually, in some ways, saved Tesla when they could build that gigafactory in Shanghai. The mayor of Shanghai at that time happens to be the premier of China today, Li Qiang, invariably open to markets, market-based, and very friendly with entrepreneurs. So one of the key myths here is, you know, we hear so much about the Chinese state suppressing the private sector and so on and so forth. There is a much more nuanced picture behind it. I mean, they, you know, the entrepreneurs and mayors are very much buddies. Their interests are very aligned. It helps them, right? These mayors need these entrepreneurs to push through these, create the jobs, but also, you know, bring about the GDP growth and employment and all that. But it also makes them really look good if you have DeepSeek in your city, right? Hangzhou became very famous overnight. Actually, Hangzhou housed Alibaba and many other great robotics, Yushu and DeepSeek. But I'll show you a picture of what kind of city governments tend to produce these kind of great companies. Even the small city of Hefei, I call it small, it's still 5 million people, but small in comparison for Chinese, almost unheard of, but houses a global quantum avenue, has NEO, one of the leading EV companies, and many, many others, right? And in the city, in the province of Jiangsu, you have, you know, Wuxi, Suzhou, all specializing in one part of semiconductors and also doing EVs and so on and so forth. So it's a very interesting picture, you know, this mayor economy, but it's also at the root cause of some of the problems. Let me now explain some of the elements. But just before that, you know, if we look at the overall, let's say, achievements, whether it's in mobile phones, PCs, you know, EVs, obviously batteries now, China really does dominate. And as Internet said, almost 100%, right? This is also a problem. I mean, in many of, and still in the, by the perception of the Chinese, it is a success, right? But it does create a lot of this international tensions if you become so dominant. But the truth of the matter is that this local economy, if this is the goal, has produced some of the success. Now, people ask me, what is the China model exactly, right? If I were to kind of summarize and give you a few key of the elements, the first thing we have to understand is that even though China is centralized, we should really accurately describe it as political centralization coupled with economic decentralization. Right? That's at the core. It's not just the centralization part. It's really the mayors. I call them mayors, but it's provincial leaders or provincial governors, provincial party secretaries, the mayors, and so forth. It's very much a local government drive. We heard from this morning, discussions about the very centralized plan to go after technology. I'd again qualify that as the central government setting the strategic direction, let's say AI, EV, robotics, green technology, technological independence, but then it comes back to the local governments that implement them. And it also echoes with Huan Wei's this morning's talk about policy similarity. Why are all the mayors doing the same thing, right? They're all going after solar panels and EVs. Do we really need 80 cities that do EVs and each of them have their own EV brand? Maybe that's part of the problem, right? But in fact, it is that local implementation of a strategic objective set by the central government. And state power, one of the major differences between China and the other countries is that the state does have vast amount of power, right? It is not only the fact that it owns land, and as we know that the ownership of land has created the incentives to drive this over rapid urbanization or real estate ecosystem, but it really has also the keys and licenses and permits of everything, right? The levers of business, but also in that it can mobilize. Now, I think one of the elements that are missing in a lot of our canonical Western economic models is really an underemphasis on mobilization, on state coordination. And again, this is why I emphasize the difference between catch-up economics or catch-up industrial policies and industrial policies that are meant to strive to dominate new sectors or create new sectors. And that element of state mobilization, whether it is in the beginning stages of development or when you come to, kind of trying to go after these emerging new technology, there is a role. Right? State capacity does have a role, at least in the experience of China. Now, of course, when do you back off is really a fundamental question. And arguably, China is at the point in which the state can kind of step back. But certainly, that initial mobilization and resource allocation have been instrumental in our view in determining that success and allocating resources, but not only gains, but also losses, right? The ability for China to say, okay, these are the group of people that will take a loss and that's it, has also been a very, let's say, an element of power that is not afforded by many other economies. Now, also, there are so many interventional tools, right? The financial system is a tool. Lots of things are tool. You can, this state government have powers on market access, on project approvals, on land supply, on loan approvals, outdated production capacity. Now they recognize and realize the problems over capacity. Now it's about coordinated capacity, cutting down capacity. You can shut down factories. The moment, Beijing turned into a city of blue skies just days before the Olympics, because the government can say we need to shut down these factories for 2 months. Also, the financial system is a massive, really toolbox for the Chinese government SOEs. And, the tools in the financial system are many, as we're all aware of. Listing requirements, who gets to prove to be on the IPO and so forth. All of this actually explain a lot of the financial puzzles that we see, including the one that I was referring to, why we've seen zero real returns to equity returns during the fastest period of growth, has a lot to do with state intervention, state power. And then I think the result of this is, first of all, an enormous degree of local competition, right? And local mayor tournament or local government tournament. again, for those who think that there are no democratic elements in China, that, it is, very singularly dictated, that's just not the reality. There is checks and balances in very different forms, and these local governments are really competing with each other. And the heads of these, provincial governors and mayors, they get rotated in different places every 5 years or so that they break the so-called corrosive linkages between politicians and business. But the competition element is a really important one, right? I look at my neighbor's GDP growth, what are you, I have to do better. And I think people ask me, why can't the mayor economy be replicated all around the world? Think about a mayor of Miami moving to becoming a mayor of New York. And one of the reasons is, again, a power that's bestowed upon the central leadership is this ability to determine the destiny of the local government officials, right? They control their promotion. They can promote you, demote you, or put you in jail. They really, so it's that central power of these government officials, and the motivation is for a long period of time, although that's evolving. That's something I want to try to emphasize in this talk. In the beginning, it was all about GDP growth. That's the single metric, quantifiable, observable with qualifications, target that is the yardstick to measure local government performance. So how well you do in the economy is a very, very important metric determining whether you as a provincial governor will be promoted to the central hierarchy. And a lot of the most powerful leaders in the Chinese political system come from the local areas, right? People, if you have a bright future in the political system, you're going to be sent to the rural areas to demonstrate your capacity, not to just be a mayor for Shenzhen, but can you make, a city in the western parts and central parts of China also equally successful, to demonstrate your capacity. So the interests are very much aligned, right? There's competition because we're also competing for that role. So I have to do better than you. And interests are aligned, whether it's personally or politically, right? I want to help the most promising entrepreneurs. So the whole idea that the state is a grabbing hand, I think, again, there's a huge amount of qualifications when it comes to China. I would say that it's actually a helping hand in most parts, because they want the entrepreneurs to be successful. And the most productive entrepreneurs are typically the private ones, not the state-owned ones. So they're not only protecting and assisting, supporting the local state enterprises, but by and large, the private ones, because they are the ones that will bring investment into the region, provide the jobs, contribute to the GDP growth, the tax revenues, and all that, right? So, again, coming back to DeepSeek companies, it's these companies that that have the most contribution. Or it could be part of cronyism, right? There's no sense in denying that, at least for a period of time, even though anti-corruption campaign has been really one of the most rigorous and probably successful national campaigns in the last 10 years. There was a lot, personal benefits as well. But whether you're a helping hand and helping the best and promising technologies also helps yourself. And again, there's overall data and evidence on this, looking at the whole spectrum of firm networks. The ones that are most connected to the local and central governments are actually the more productive ones as well, right? So the whole notion of suppressing the private has to be qualified. Of course, is there a certain amount of crowding out element in certain sectors? Absolutely, but that's for a different discussion. And
I know that I can see from the faces of many people that they have a lot of questions to ask you. So,
you told me to talk longer. And now you're asking me to talk.
Take another 5 minutes, but then, take some questions and continue with some of the stories.
Sure. So that's really pretty much the model. And again, why so many interventions? Again, financial system as a tool, SOEs as a tool to advance state objectives. There's an element of paternalism that I would totally not underestimate. this cultural element of protection, right? The desire for stability. And part of the reasons we go back to why is China not opening up the capital account and so forth, there's this element of, wanting to see stability and actually holding on the levers, control. Maintaining control, the inability to let go is a perennial goal of the Chinese government. To elaborate on the local mayor economy, I want to make one more point, which is there's a huge amount of heterogeneity inside China. It's just not a monolithic whole, right? For all the things I've said about local governments, there is a wide dispersion of their performance. So we have a clean and friendly index. Clean, meaning you're not as corrupt. Friendly, the degree to which you are more friendly towards the private entrepreneurs. And in this graph, the bigger size, the bigger bubble means the industrial, the number of large industrial private companies. And you can see on the top, the more clean and friendly ones like Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Zhejiang, somewhere, Hangzhou, somewhere up there, also have the bigger industrial base. And so that really matters. And there are some that are clean, but not as friendly. There's some that are friendly, but not as clean, etc. And then we also just graph this, interestingly, just out of curiosity, against resource abundance and scarce. So for those of you who know a little bit about China, we often talk about the corruptions of the Northeast, the mining, the ones where there's a lot of resources. Actually, Shenzhen was a fishing village and had very, very little amount of land. So they couldn't even do property. If you can't do resources, you can't do property, what are you going to focus on? You're going to focus on technology, right? Or innovation, or something that gives you sustainable growth in the future. For those who had a lot of resources, especially in the resource-rich areas, which were in the top right corner, they didn't have to be, the bottom left corner, they didn't have to be they were quite corrupt. And they don't have to, they were more extractive. Right, but the ones that were pushed to use, innovation, sustainable growth, had to be friendly and clean. So this is actually just one correlation, but maybe there are others. But just to say that I've seen, many extremely responsible, accountable, pragmatic governments in the South who work tirelessly day and night, weekends, with the entrepreneurs to help them, especially in today when there's an economic recession. In contrast to some of the other kinds of local governments. So it's a mix. On technology, right? Last two words about technology. I think this is really the most fascinating aspects. Now, there's what's called a whole of a nation program, 举国体制, that started with 2 satellites and 1 bomb program in the Maoist era. And this part, I just wanted to show you that there has been an evolution on the innovation system and model, right? Coming back to how China is able to achieve this, leading edge technology, there's been a lot of evolution of thinking. And so in the beginning, it was a lot about government, right? The SOEs in the beginning were in charge of coming out with all the innovations and pushing through the national innovation drive, and then slowly morphed in something where private enterprise participated more, until actually the Trump kind of bans and sanctions on Chinese companies, where China really felt this existential threat. Then this whole technology reform became the key national economic drive. It never really featured that prominently. Like, technology and science was never really part of the priorities of the leadership until the US came out with these policies. And in the last few years, there has been really an emphasis on private sector, right? On innovation being driven by the private sector. Actually, 80% of innovation is driven by the private sector. And again, coming back to the Alibabas and DeepSeeks and the robotics of the world, this is the private sector going forth. But I point out this whole of a nation program, there's lots more to discuss here, because it's a holistic innovation system approach, kind of like the Manhattan Project, taking inspiration from there, an innovation ecosystem that links industry to universities, to businesses, to the local government, and it's still very much evolving. I also like the analogy between this and the Olympic gold model, Olympic gold medal project where China wanted to reap the most number of Olympic gold medals and had a whole of a nation program around that, which meant no resource, just cast a big wide net, resources allocated, no concern about cost. That's the kind of drive that China is looking at technology today. I will point out that, again, this also is a deeper root of some of the present day challenges. The objectives have changed, right? It was growth in the beginning. That was the KPI of local governments. But then after 2013, we talked about the exchange rate shocks, it was financial stability. Now China's searching for something different, even more going back to this socialism versus, capitalism balance. It's a lot about the social issues. If you look at what the government is most concerned about, it's about stability, social stability. It's about jobs, it's about unemployment, youth unemployment. They are so fearful of people moving onto the streets or complaints of all sorts. They're actually extremely accountable, right? They will punish any, private sector or SOEs or whatever that harms social consumer rights. That's the degree of obsession with social stability, and has turned into technological dominance, common prosperity. It's, again, the KPIs have changed, the growth objectives have changed. I want to just take 1 minute to tell you why some of the current challenges are also just the other side of the coin of China's economic strength, right? The political economy model that I described to you, the mayor economy, in a nutshell, was really important, fostering reforms in the 1980s, and then now innovation and technological drive currently. But if you think about it, this is also at the root of the overcapacity issue, right? Do we really need 80 cities having their own EV brands? If you're a local government, where are your resources going to be spent? Are you going to spend on social security issues and social infrastructure, or are you more incentivized to spend on fostering the next national and potentially even global champion, right? Local governments I speak to dream about building unicorn islands. Everybody has a unicorn island dream. That's where their incentives lie. And as we know, and again, I want to come back to this point that has been made this morning, it's about demand. It should be about demand. It's about aggregate demand. There's a permanently deficit of aggregate demand in China because everything was focused on supply, because the political economy model was incentivized around supply and capacity issues and technology, but this demand has been totally kind of ignored. And so one of the perennial causes of lack of consumption is the lack of social security, lack of social protection, lack of that social safety net. And again, this is not part of the political economy model. So then we talk about the debt issues, we talk about the overcapacity issues, about the dominance issues. I think a lot of it can come back to this general political economy model. One last theme that I would just touch upon is I think that China has a new generation of consumers. They are very, very different. If you want to understand about where China is going in the future, and again, this is bordering outside of a little bit about the economic sphere, understand the post-1980s, post-1990s new consumers. They spend. I have lots of data here about how much they spend and how much they're willing to borrow. They think in very, very different terms from the parents. So China as the saver, big saver, I don't think will be the case when you have this new consumer around. And 85% of consumer credit is actually accounted for by people under 35. And they have a new dream about China. And also, they're also highly indebted. So how do we harness, the new consumers who could be part of the answer to China's ongoing issues? And I'll conclude with that, that there are lots of changes. I think one of the most important changes, the whole debate politically is around going from what is economically efficient to what is socially optimal, although I'd argue that the target has shifted back a little bit more focused towards the economy in the recent year, given its problems. But still, where China is going will be continuing along that kind of balance. But also coming back to the central problem and zooming out a little bit from just China internally to China and the world and the ongoing international tensions, it has to move from global to local. Right? Not in the sense of economic fragmentation, China's still going to be a very open economy, but focus on the local economy. And this is why I bring up the new generation, because the amount of power they have, right? Interest in fostering the local economy. I think that going forward, a lot of the opportunities are going to trickle down from the first-tier cities to the second and third-tier cities, where something we're observing right now, because these new generation care about having not only a higher standard of living, but having a really good time. They want to focus on the local services, again, which provides jobs. I don't know if anyone follows the latest Gen Z trends, but something like Labubu, which has been Pop Mart, has been like the global A-listers' obsession with something that's created by China. Right? The Chinese new generation, their brands, their desire for consumption, for leisure, for having a good time, they're not that interested in the manufacturing, lining up the manufacturing production lines. And so over time, by raising aggregate demand, focusing on local services, local jobs, creating that local opportunity from global back to local has got to be an important objective of China. And the Chinese leadership. And so in the end, it's not just about efficiency. We talked a lot about, not about efficiency, but also about harmony. And this is something that China perhaps can hark back to the old Confucius idea. Everything around Confucius was about maintaining harmony, a degree of social harmony within the family, within the society, within the nation. And how to think about harmony as the new currency of power is going to be very important. I think they're starting to realize that. And so China may revive something older than just the mere 5-year plans. And that Confucius ethos is about balance, right, being strength, and harmony not being a weakness, but harmony being the very wisdom that China has understood for thousands of years. So thank you.
Okay, so because the theme of the conference is development in an age of populism, I'm going to start the questioning off, and I'm sure you'll have hundreds of questions here. But my question is the following. If I had to look at your background, you're from Beijing, then after that you lived in New York. You went to an American school, high school. Then after that, you went to an Ivy League place for your BA, and then you got a PhD in the same Ivy League place up in Massachusetts. Then after that, you went to London, okay? And then after that, you went, now you split your time between London, Beijing, and Hong Kong, okay? So you're an elite. You're super elite.
So are you?
No, I understand that. But I'm not giving the talk. You are, right? Okay. So now in this case, how do I know that you actually know about China? Okay. And number two, how do I know that you're seeing this as a filter from through the elite? So because I read your book, and it's very positive. It's good to sort of see positive stories about China, but I don't know if this is correct, because I don't know if you're sort of you have the experience that the typical Chinese person has. So what would a populist view of this look like?
Well, if the Chinese government really had a future for me, they'd send me to the rural places and have me stay there 5 years. And that's usually how you ensure that the civil servants and the future leaders really understand from the grassroots. And I argue that President Xi is someone who really knows the grassroots and knows the grassroots challenges. What a good question. Good challenge. First of all, I at least understand that you have to dig deep in order to understand, what's actually going on. And there's a huge dichotomy between the micro and the macro. You know, the macro numbers, you can potentially achieve the 5% growth. At the micro level is a very different picture. And we know that that's a dichotomy. Another dichotomy is, despite the economic weakness we're seeing in China today, technologically, there's, you know, it's still very, very dynamic, right? There's huge incentives to do stuff, and there's, you know, a lot of activity, effervescent, you know, very, very effusive energy. So there are lots of different sides of China. Now, I'm an academic by training, so I do read the papers. I do some of these papers myself, but I understand that you have to dig deeper. So I spent a lot of time going to the local areas, and a lot of the inspirations and anecdotes from the book are coming from that kind of work. Entrepreneurs and, you know, people, my colleagues and I who teach about China have to talk to the entrepreneurs. And I'm seeing their struggles. I'm seeing their resilience, you know. There are lots of things that you can't explain through the conventional logic. And that's the part that I want to bring out, you know, that energy, that resilience, that adaptability. You know, to give you an example, after the education sector was almost demolished overnight, the tutorial sector, actually lots of the teachers who are earning a pretty good living became even more successful because they transformed themselves into TikTok stars. They found that they actually had a capacity to sell stuff, right? So these are the stuff that you don't hear in Western newspapers that I make a point of trying to understand more. And by the way, this is also an important point. For those of you who think that China doesn't have a very vibrant social media, civil debate around lots of crucial things, you're completely wrong. You can get so much information, so many stories that are realistic, that are real, that are both reflecting the good and the bad through these you know, very rooted stories. So at least I try to make a point of that.
Okay. I know that many of you have questions. So while you're getting ready, I'll have another one for you, which is, you said that, look, you know, there's this new generation, it's consuming a lot and so on. I completely identify with that because my daughter, just by herself, consumes like 10 people, okay? But the thing is that it doesn't show up in the stats. So I was looking at the household final consumption, okay, and the numbers are basically around 40% for the last 10 years. I look at India for the same thing, it's 60%. There's a 20 percentage points difference. So the story that you're telling don't seem to add up into an aggregate.
So first of all, in the recent years, youth unemployment has been really a big challenge, right? Youth unemployment is probably underestimated. And the youth, with the prospect of, you know, very little job security and wage group, have cut it down, but they have cut down overall size of consumption, but not the actual activity, if you know what I mean. Actually, a huge, and coming back to being grounded here, there's a huge wave of innovative approach of consumption, you know, not spending, having just as much fun, maybe even more, and spending even less has been the motto. So they've come out with all these innovative new ways of new lifestyles of consumption. So you see that the potential is still there. It's just that currently in the last couple of years, they don't have enough money. But if you look at, again, the credit side, the borrowing side, the young people are the major borrowers and they're able to spend. So I think the data they see, first of all, we have to look at by age group, but it's also conflated with the fact that recently, you know, with the economic in recession, the first people to go to lose jobs are the young people.
Xavi.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation and for the book. I mean, it's a great read. So the question I have is about the...
So please introduce yourself and please don't editorialize, only ask questions. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying...
Okay. So yeah, my name is Xavi Gine. I work in the research group at the bank, and now I lead the World Development Report, which is actually on standard. So we're learning a lot about how things are done in China.
And we just came back from Hangzhou and Lanzhou, by the way.
That's true, with Inmit. But so the question is about the mayor economy. So the way I understand it is these guys have incentives to, you know, to collect taxes, and so basically they're promoted based on incentives. And so early on, this was all about growth, as you mentioned, and now there's been a shift to maybe growth and environmental concerns. So I guess the question is, how are they getting the formula right? So how are the preferences from the population being reflected in the policies, right? And these actually also, you talked about unemployment, there's inequality, I believe. So again, there could be, people could have preferences for a broader safety net that may or may not be reflected in the population. So how, sorry, you know where I'm going, right? So here we vote, or at least we still do. In China, it doesn't happen. So how is that reflected?
Thank you for your question. Really important. I think, first of all, it reflects the preference of the central government, right? But that is also now becoming more endogenous in the sense that the central leadership has shifted before from, let's say, just growth now to really back to the people. And there's lots and lots of evidence. Again, coming back to, thank you for reminding me of being grounded, all of what these local governments are talking about is, we don't want to see protest. We don't want to see complaints. We don't want to see people unhappy. We want to protect them, right? So this is the feedback from the central leadership, but it has also come up from the ground up. So I think in the starting from the last 10 years, maybe, 5 years, definitely during, this has become much more of an endogenous thing, which again is hard to measure. This is why this is I think this is part of the slow growth problem in China right now, because the objectives have changed, right? And it's very hard to measure. Environmental protection is really important, but then it's at the cost potentially of growth. And so if you're really serious about environmental protection, and they were, after a long period of looking at the local government not actually doing much because it was against the growth thing, then they started to have these punitive measures, then it became very effective. And so now it's a mixed bag, and it has politics in it as well. And so the incentives are not just on economics, which I think also explains some of the engine, the dynamism of that former engine being lost. So over time, I do think it starts to reflect people's preferences, but certainly still strategic preferences from the top. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Abdullah. I work as a data scientist. My question is more to the start of your presentation, where you mentioned that the definition of an economic agent has changed. Rather than to just being one person, being a whole household. And how do you think that affects economic policy as a whole when it's being implemented? Because I've seen that pattern in some other countries that I've been to, where people make decisions as a household rather than an individual. So how do we change the generic microeconomic models that we've seen for so long, now that the definition is changing? And do we perhaps just need a new form of economics, which is not micro or macro, but somewhere in between? So that's the question.
Thanks. I think models that incorporate intergenerational altruism and dynamic households preferences could be incorporated, including not only just income, but also consumption, risk sharing, and so forth, I think is an element that explains a lot of developing country phenomenon. And it can explain a range of the issues, the ones that I mentioned about consumption, saving, housing, but potentially also pension, has implications on pension. Now, it is interesting that because China has a one-child policy, that also changes the family fabric as well. And, some people say the Chinese new generation are the most individualistic and selfish people, of all time in China because of the changing family fabric. So I think having both of these elements, again, emphasizing that kind of moderation of a standard model could extend to lots of understanding a lot of paradoxes is very useful.
Hi, I'm Devangna. Also just graduated from the same school in Massachusetts, so lovely to see an alum. My question is, with China leading institutions like the AIIB and the New Development Bank, how do you see World Bank influence evolving in emerging market economies? And do you think China views these institutions as a challenge to the Western governance model? Thank you.
Well, tough question. I don't think the objective is to challenge Western institutions. I'd argue, given all the things that we discussed in this morning, that China quite likes the US-led post-world liberal order, right? It's really during that period that China saw the fastest amount of growth and the most stability and peace. There's nothing that China doesn't like about that, right? So I think there are, as Intermet also mentioned, lots of themes. It needs updating, right? There are lots of reforms that need to take place that need to keep pace with the evolving world. So they don't see themselves as a challenger, but also reflection. If we're talking about reflecting preferences of the, of the regions, of a larger group of, economies, not who didn't participate in the rules, in the writing of the rules of the Bretton Woods. And some of them have been, fairly successful. And I think we're going to see more of that as we go from globalism to regionalism to more localism to more corridors. That's definitely going to be a trend. And this reflects geopolitics, this reflects economic convergence, this reflects distribution and dispersion of wealth opportunities and more, coordination. So I think they should be seen as, kind of challenging each other to become better. Yeah.
Thank you so much for informative presentation. Appreciate. So my name is Masaki at Georgetown. So my question is, I have two questions. First of all, that China's techno-nationalism play Chinese economic strategy. And the second question is, China is a very slow down. So future, so pitfall like so Japanese lost decade or 2 decades. Thank you so much.
Yes. One thing you can be sure is that the Chinese leadership is studying very closely Japan and the experience, just for fear that it might have some of the same problems. I think they're similar symptoms, let's say, although I don't think the root causes are same or it's really identical. In the sense that, first of all, the obvious one is China was not nearly as rich as Japan during the peak. Again, coming back to the fact that, we do talk about demographics and all that, but what about, again, the hundreds of millions of people that have $300 of average income per month, right? Very undereducated. And again, coming back to the consumption issue, the rural average pension is only 5% of the urban person's pension, right? The geographical barriers that restrict the flow of trade and capital and knowledge and all of that is still very, and especially people, I should say, is very much there. Also, China is, I would argue, much more diversified as an economy than Japan was back then. Japanese housing prices, I think Tokyo fell from peak to trough, like something like 80%, right? Now in China, it's probably around 30%, even though there might be still some room to grow. Urbanization is not nearly as much as what Japan was. The banking system is very different. Japanese banks, to my knowledge, a lot of those were private banks, and there was a huge appreciation pressure, and then they went out and acquired lots of international properties. That's not at all the experience of the Chinese banks so far. They're state-owned. There are NPLs, but they're not nearly as big as the ones that, to the extent that Japan experienced. So I think there's some elements that are similar. And to be very honest, I still think the real driver of the economic, or let's call it the slowdown, the drastic slowdown, is caused by the real estate sector, because again, unlike Japan, real estate really was behind the two fundamental pillars of the Chinese economy. One is the fiscal system, right? And one is the financial system. And so when real estate came down, it really brought down these two fundamental pillars. So it is driven by a real estate crisis, although I think given China's openness to the world, the technological dynamism, the diversity of production, the central problem today is, I still maintain, is the lack of aggregate demand and the fact that policies are not so still focused on that. But the debt deflation cycle is something that we have to watch very carefully. And I think there is a real risk of that transition of housing, a bad transition would take 10 years, maybe even longer. And there is a real risk that China could be stuck in a very low growth period for that long, unless the policies really keep up. And this is probably the Japanese lesson as well, is that insufficient degree of policy intervention was one of the problems of the Japanese growth. So watching very carefully.
Thank you.
So thank you for a very brilliant presentation. So I have two questions. You alluded to the fact that China has been growing fastest in world history for a number of years, which is true, and also a leading innovator. But at the same time, we have a huge unemployment situation where the young have to depend on even grandparents, not just their parents. So this is a paradox. So how can we sustainably solve this issue? And then my second question is that you also indicated that there's a need for consumption spending to increase. That has been a call for years, but it's still an issue. Consumption spending in China is quite low. And you indicated that this is affected by lack of social security, social protection. So what do you propose, what are your proposals for increasing social security and then all other impediments to increasing consumer spending? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Alberta Hagen from Ghana. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think to solve the internal economic challenges, at the same time mitigating a bit of the international tensions, really have to fall upon beefing up the internal economy and demand and capacity and consumption. So I'm going to answer your two questions actually in one way. First of all, there's this thing and again, it harks back to an earlier comment that in China, they think about production and capacity as the real economic power. They don't think about consumption. But the truth is, you have to be, rich countries are also high consumption countries. And so there's an aversion to using the stimulus, kind of Keynesian stimulus packages, policies, to think about consumption as a driver of the economy, that just conceptually, it doesn't feature prominently in the government's mind. And even for the people, they think about, oh, well, I need to save, right? Because if I don't see income growth, how can I spend? But the idea that my spending is another person's income is just not there. That logic is just, it's not there. People talk about saving more and more. They don't talk about getting the engine going. And so I think that's one of the conceptual issues. The other, which I've also raised recently, which, we had a very big debate in China recently, because one side thinks that consumption is really key. Another is still about infrastructure spending. Spending more on production, infrastructure, fiscal policy to get out the low growth problem is, basically that this is, the KPIs, local government KPIs, right? Why not, as we were talking about during lunch, put consumption growth or wage growth or something in the KPI alongside GDP for the local governments to recognize that consumption as a major potential to boost the economy, not just private investment. Of course, spending on Social Security. Now, it would be remiss to say that there has not been a pretty important improvement in Social Security and pension over the years and decades, right? The coverage, but it's still not sufficient in the rural areas. But you see that the government is now slowly shifting from supply side policies to demand side policies. But what will actually be effective? What is the size of the policy that will stimulus that will be kind of important or sufficient to necessary to ignite that engine is still very much a question. But again, harnessing the potential of the young people, right? I think if they the job security and all of that is better, aided, then that would be a potential as well. But this is the key national question of today.
So I have a question, just to interrupt you really quickly, a quick question. So early on in the book, you have this thing, you said that, look, markets work in China, goods and factor markets, and then you put in parentheses capital and labor, operate on the basis of supply and demand. So, my view of China, which is probably outdated, and you can actually update me on this, is that actually if you look at the three goods markets, which are farm products, manufacturers, and services, these are actually intermediated through markets pretty well. Like I think there was an ADB study that said something like 95% or something like that. But if you look at the factor markets, land especially, you don't mention that here, land, capital to a large degree, and labor there is a big hand of government in these things. So in fact, they're not being intermediated by markets. There's a lot of directed credit. There are a lot of not geographic impediments to labor mobility, but government imposed, like the hukou, etc. Right? And the same thing is true of capital. When you have so much of the so many of the banks are state dominated, again you get directed credit and so on. So why are you saying that there's no problem on that goods and factor markets are all being intermediated by markets? I don't think they are.
So I agree that, I think I was saying that markets work. Markets work in China, right? There's competition, there and all these, but for sure, there's still a heavy hand of the state, and capital allocation, especially in the earlier years, was highly distortive. But you saw these distortions actually coming down over time. The misallocation of capital coming down over time. Again, wage growth as a share of GDP was falling, right? So there's a notion of suppression of wages to kind of promote this production-based economy, right? Which is good for firms, interest. There's lots and lots of interventions. So I
see that, Kerry, but if you look at incremental capital output ratios, they're much higher than what they were in Korea and Japan at this time. So it's like in terms of capital and market inefficiency. Then you have, like, for example, if you look at like vacancy ratios, right, in terms of real estate and so on. I mean, they have vacancy ratios in China which look like those in the middle of a recession in a normal market economy. So I wouldn't say that markets are working then, because if markets were working, you wouldn't be building in places where nobody wants, and you'd be building a lot more where people want to be, right?
Yeah. So I think this is, more of a debate of what we mean by markets working. But certainly, if you look at the real estate sector, if it was completely market-based, the prices will fall even further. So there are a lot of
Yes, it's because you learned about markets at Harvard, and I learned about markets at Chicago. Yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Hi, Professor Jin. I'm He Zhijun from the World Bank's Youth Advisory Group, Social Protection and Job Global Practice. So my question is about China's local micro initiatives. Very much, it shows the promise in addressing the youth underemployment. However, the current program is the current micro initiatives are highly rely on the government subsidies. So how could the policymakers could translate such kind of initiatives into a more solid action in addressing the youth underemployment? And also, how do you think about the agencies or the multilateral development banks like the World Bank could assisting China probably could maybe kind of integrating those little initiatives into a scalable framework that the developing country could probably borrow some experience from? Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to answer your question, but also forgot one answer, really important answer in the previous question. It is related, and I didn't talk about services, right? Yeah. Again, I think, in discussions we've had previously, jobs, right? Jobs are really important. So if you look at China's service sector, it's only half of GDP, right? These numbers should be at 50%. And in terms of employment, they account for something like 47% and that's very, very low. And coming back to the consumption problem question earlier, the reason I mentioned the new generation is that they're so focused on their local economy, right? The restaurants, the entertainment, the new forms of entertainment, the coffee shops, they're super interested in that, not like their parents who just want to save. say, right? That's why I wanted to emphasize, and there's a lot of opportunities there that you can create the jobs and the demand. And for consumption, you need also an environment, right? The potential, the environment to consume. But again, these local services are also regulated, heavily regulated. There's high barriers of entry, and for the youth, lowering this barriers of entry could provide an opportunity. But to answer specifically your question, the real problem is that there's a skill and education mismatch for the youth, right? 100 million new graduates, college graduates in the last, 15 years because of a government policy. And they all have, really fancy degrees, and there are actually jobs around, by the way. There are 30 million jobs in manufacturing that need to be filled up in the next few years, but the people who have the bachelor degrees don't want these jobs. Right? Again, this is this cycle of renewal that we have to keep in the back of the mind. At some point, even the Chinese don't want to do these jobs and make these, basic manufacturing, right? And there will be the flying geese will fly to somewhere else. And it's the same idea. You already see it in the generations. They rather stay at home and take the grandma's income because, they're very educated. And why should they go and get a job in the manufacturing cigarette lines, lining up in the factories? But another issue for the youth is that the companies complain that these people know how to take tests. They don't have hands-on experience. They don't have on-the-job training. They don't have these necessary skills that the company needs. And this is a wider developing country, maybe lesson to be drawn, is that you need to equip the youth. Now, again, coming back to the local government economy, I really want to convince you that I am grounded because I did talk to one local government, provincial governor, who did a phenomenal job. There are something like, many, many multinationals in her city, but she found that the college graduates just couldn't find jobs, and she trained them, right? As a local government initiative. She trained them, and actually they ended up getting a higher pay than they would have otherwise. And the companies were happy, and they were happy, and the youth were happy, and the local government was, of course, very, very happy. And so this active, trying to fill or reduce that gap is very important. So now the government is actually coming out with mandatory, forcing these companies to give free internships, if you will. But also there's a huge expansion on the quantity and quality of a vocational training, right? Because China's still a manufacturing-based economy. The skills you need, whether you operate the new technologies or the high-end manufacturing, there's still a lot of skills that are required. But you were viewed with discrimination if you went to vocational school. So now they want to raise that status and eliminate that social bias. And actually, the policy is to direct 50% of high school students to vocational schools, and that's an active effort. Again, rolling out these programs throughout the country. Again, another state initiative. So I think these are some of the proactive measurements that you can take.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. By the way, I'm going to Massachusetts next year.
Great, congratulations.
Hi, Chris McRae. I know your work's grounded. I've seen it for at least 10 years on things like CGTN, but I'd like to know, do you have some academic heroes of your own, or is it that the sort of engineering revolutions at scale are sort of so contextual that really you have to go out and sort of be in the field, or it's not really something that can be studied in the library. You have to have the right contacts or the right networks. Maybe like a financial investor VC needs to have the right contacts. Is that actually the skill you have, or how would you describe it?
Thank you. I think you do need both, right? The rigor of these academic papers, and really a host of really fantastic papers written on China, very rigorously done using the new frameworks. We've all drawn inspiration from that. But again, Indermit is absolutely right, especially for an unconventional economy like China, to really understand what's going on. you have to do a lot of the field work, and you have to feel the pulse to understand, because a lot of it is outside of the models. We have to be very honest with ourselves. You know, we really tie our hands with the rigors of the models, but without that rigor, without the data work, we can't really inform ourselves systematically. But I think to identify the key problems, but also to use tools that are rigorous, I think that has the best combination.
Hi, I'm Yi Chen. I'm an undergrad at MIT. So I heard a few things that seem to conflict with each other. So first, a lot of people brought up, you know, the fact that data suggests that Chinese are not consuming at very high levels. But you also say that, for example, the younger generations consume more, but are in some way cheaper. I wonder if, you know, that's something that kind of washes out of the data. If you take a closer look, maybe it's they're aggregating, or you know, there's something that the data don't capture, or if there is some sort of discrepancy that you think the data don't capture, how do you measure that, you know, that increase in consumption by the younger generations, and yeah, how do you capture that?
Well, first of all, yeah, this is coming back to Intermit's point. Some of the numbers which I didn't go into are based on, you know, data, you know, work that we have done. Some of them are based on surveys, internet, etc. It is very much the case that despite earning lower income than the previous generation, they still spend more on certain sectors, on certain things like, you know, entertainment, or, you know, restaurant, or, you know, clothing, apparel. It's very, very clear in the data. But again, if you look at this young group, they just don't matter that much in the overall. Yeah, they're not doing well these days, especially, but they're also, in terms of the weight in the economy, they're still very, very small, right? The middle-aged group is the highest, you know, economic powered agent. So it does wash out a little bit in the aggregate. If you look at disaggregated data, they do have an inclination to spend more on those categories. So when they do become the middle income group, and you know, presumably, assuming that China still stays on track, they will be higher spenders. So that's one way to answer that. Yeah.
Because of the one-child policy, they're a smaller cohort.
Yeah, they're also a smaller cohort because of the one-child policy. Yeah, but also, you know, in their 20s, they're just not earning that much. So yeah. Anyway.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm short, so I have to hold it. My name is Anupam Khanna, and I started working on China back when China joined the World Bank, and I lived there in those times. So I would say yours has been one of the most masterful presentations, because you've tackled two things which are not understood. This is a backdrop, so it's not a comment generally. It's basically, people misunderstand here about decentralization and centralization of China. I spent 40 years trying to explain to my colleagues in India and the bank that China is actually more decentralized than India, which is supposedly a decentralized country. Yeah. Number two, you've also clarified the issue of market and socialism are actually two different things. We had the debate in the 80s was socialism with socialist market economy, trying to understand it, and we had people explaining it. So I think both of them are excellent. But let me now ask you the two questions. One, decentralization versus centralization. President Xi has come back recently with something which is very different than he has been talking for the last 20 years, and which is the three pats. You read about the comment that he said the Chinese bureaucrats should get away from the three-pat system. Three pats being, you know, patting your chest, patting your back, and patting your bum. And she can explain. Does that represent a change, you know, that a new cycle? Zhu Rongji, for example, had to change course quite dramatically during his time. That's one part. Second one is the question of market versus, you know, the social, ownership. That's the difference, really. Socialism means ownership, the means of production. We can work with the market economy. But there's some excellent work which has been done. Many of them Chinese scholars based in the US, like Wang Yingao at, I think, Charlottesville, and Yuan Yang, which are different from the normal sort of narratives that you find in the American and Western discourse, and which is that, for example, Wang's point is, it was a PhD dissertation, saying that you should think of China as a markets with bureaucratic characteristics, which is very much, I think, the type of thing that you have been discussing about mere economy versus that. Or is it something different? Or is there more to it? And Yuan Yang's point is that the general way the World Bank would always say, oh, people can't learn from China because the governance system is so much stronger there. Actually, her work is to say that China achieved its massive growth when all the sorts of things we make as excuses for other countries were present in China too, but they figured out a way to do it. So what do you think of that?
Well, thank you. Excellent questions, and thank you for sharing your experience. Look, as I mentioned in the talk, the last 10 years, the most important national drive and successful national programs was the anti-corruption program. And part of the political economy model, the consequence was a lot of cronyism, a lot of corruption, and a lot of linkages between business, what's called this corrosive linkages between business and politics that the current Chinese government administration want to completely undermine. Actually, part of the weak consumption also has to do with the fact that public consumption has dramatically gone down. We all know the days of the karaoke's and the whining and the dining, and you risk losing your life over one meal with the private sector currently in China today. And that also, let's not underestimate that effect as well. So in that sense, it has broken, the effort to reduce the powers, also fiscally, of the local governments. It's a very, very complex relationship, the tension between the central and the local. On the one hand, they want all the locals to do all the work, right? The local governments to implement all the strategies because that's the only way to do it. They're very, very far. On the other hand, fiscally, the sharing is, the responsibility is not the same. The revenue is not the same. And third of all, the local government debt issue, there's a real moral hazard issue that they are concerned about. Some of the comments like, had I known that these guys would be bailed out, I would have borrowed even more. That comes up for the local government, comes all the time, because a lot of the responsible local governments regret that they were so responsible had they known that some of these other local governments would be bailed. So there's also another reason why there's not this really huge effort for the central government to fiscally transfer into the local governments and kind of forget some of the debt because they want to prevent that. And then and then the power division, right? They need the local government. At the same time, they have to rein them in. It's always a very delicate balance. And I would argue also that, yes, corruption has come down significantly in China. You really cannot accuse of China being as corrupt as it ever was before, but so has growth, right? And because the incentives are also much weaker. It's not just the local governments, but also the SOEs, all the state, again, they worked together before. Now, do I really want to do this when I'm taking a risk? Before, the local governments were rewarded for risk taking, right? By being entrepreneurs. Every reform that was successful was going to be copied by everybody else. Today, who wants to stick their neck out? Right? Because again, the objectives have changed. So again, it's a very complex thing. But I think what I'm trying to give you is a framework to how to think about this, how to grapple with some of the tensions that are there. But the second is, I think it also answers some of your second questions. But it's just not a black and white picture. I think my view is there are elements to be drawn at a very specific, narrow way, maybe some of the new industrial policy, certainly how to think about state capacity, how to think about, again, coming back to Bob Zoellick's warning question of contextual-based solutions, right? Contextualizing the issues and finding solutions. If I were to summarize China's huge advantage in technology and all these things, even responding to
Trump trade wars. It's all about finding solutions and adapting and finding the cracks or whatever. It's about, they are very good at that, reverse engineering, all of that. Even their innovation approach is based on solution-based approach. And so maybe that is part of the unique China approach, but certainly even they themselves say there's no model to copy, there's no model to emulate, but there are only certain elements that we can draw on inspiration.
Last two questions.
Yeah. Thank you. My question is, given China's success in a flexible industrial policy and targeted, and you mentioned about stock earnings being around 2% or something. So I'm wondering, is Confucianism partly explaining the stability in social contract where people might be willing to take risks in pretty much everything, but not the volatility of stock market? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a lot in the book about it.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. First of all, just to put it plainly, if you compare the equity returns of Chinese company listed in China versus Chinese companies listed abroad, in fact, the ones that are listed abroad actually did very well. And it did reflect economic fundamentals, right? This is something that, we can go, if you take a copy of the book, you'll see. But the point about the Confucius stuff is really the government's paternalistic approach. And that is coming back to some of the Confucius ethos, right? The paternalism that I have to protect you as a retail investor. But the irony is that the more you protect them, the less they learn, and the more you have to keep on protecting them and intervening, because they never learn, right? And so that's why there have been so many interventions in the financial system, both because they want to utilize them as a tool, but also because it wants to think about stability and control, and also paternalistic inklings to protect. So I'd say that is a cultural element. But again, I think this is a very important topic about China's internationalization going forward, right? You just can't have it both ways. And I think China is struggling, right? It wants to be the technological superpower, but at the same time has problems with seeing some people getting unfathomably rich, right? It wants to have international RMB, but it still wants to have control over its financial system and not liberalize. And
it's just like New York.
I'm not updated on what's going on in New York.
That's what's going on.
Okay. So see, U.S. is becoming more like China, right? As we.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
My name is Fruda. I'm from Brazil, and I work at CEPAL. My question to you is regarding the Chinese position in the BRICS. Do you think it's more as a leader, or you see more like equal participation among the members? And also, what's your view on the growing Chinese influence in Latin America, mainly through the Belt and Road Initiative? Thank you.
So you get that question? Then I have one more question, and then you have the last one.
Thank you. Yeah, look, this is especially against the backdrop of the U.S. Receding into the background from the leadership position. Certainly, China wants to play a more influential role. However, I still believe that, including the leadership, the main challenge is still internal, right? The economic challenges are still internal. And you can see that the Belt and Road Initiative, while in continuation, is not really as prominently featured as it was 10 years ago, because they've shifted back the focus back to internally. But I think certainly if you look at whether it's financial payments or currency or trade or new international developmental and financial architecture, certainly BRICS are coming together, and especially when the U.S. has a very isolationist, a set of policies. Does China want to be the leader? China wants to bring them along, in my view, because they think that together they are stronger. there will still be kind of the competition between China and India that I think very much shapes the future of BRICS, including the currency issues and the payment issues, because that kind of tension will have to be managed despite the opportunities that are afforded. Certainly, when it comes to technology and the diffusion of Chinese technology, I think it's the developing world is still very much a market for China, but I think the whole notion of dominance is really, really a very outdated one, and I don't think that's exactly where China fits. But on Latin America, again, it's an opening, right? It's an opening given by the U.S. to China. And this is in light of the tariffs, but in light of the fact that infrastructure, financial markets, technology, certainly China wants to diversify its relationship, its markets, and try to make as many friends as possible. Again, I'm not trying to say that there are no challenges. There are a lot of challenges, but if the U.S. is doing these things, right, it does provide an opening for China, not because they like China, but because someone has to step up. But whilst I want to emphasize that that's something that China wants to play, I still want to reiterate the fact that still the priority is still internal, domestic challenges.
So I have one question, and then you have the last word, Prof, after that. So, had you come 2 years ago here, KU, you would have had a much tougher job convincing people about looking up on China, So like, for example, there was this anti-big enterprise sentiment. There was the zero COVID policy bungled, basically, I mean, I would call the third one was the real estate bust, bad loans in banks, high graduate unemployment, all of these things, right? I think one of the advantages of living in Washington is that all of these things get forgotten very quickly because we have to think of a new thing every day here, because there's something new in the news every day. So all of this seems like a very long time ago, but it does reveal that from your book, you actually evince a lot of faith in the Chinese government. From the track record recent, you would actually question that amount of faith, right? So, and had you come 2 years back, there would have been a lot of questions about all of these things. So anyway, so I thought you should get that question anyway. Yeah.
I think it's an excellent question. I wish that my book was actually published not 2 years ago, but right after the DeepSeek moment, in which case, the narrative could also swing again. But again, it's a pendulum swing, right? And this is what I want to say. By and large, I think it's been a net positive, this model. Are there costs? Yeah, massive costs. But the achievements are also pretty recognizable, right? And can you argue what would the counterfactual be? It's a very difficult question. Would China have been better,
Well, the counterfactuals are there. Like, I mean, there's a very nice paper by Martin Revallion that actually looks at this. I mean, the counterfactuals are first counterfactual, of course, is essentially South Korea. The second counterfactual is the Taiwan, China, and then the third counterfactual is Hong Kong. So you can actually think about.
I don't know. I mean, I think that the size of China makes it very hard to compare with these small city-states. I believe, 1.4 billion people. How do you keep it? Hold it together? How do you get such a massive country to be really rich? It's a different. Again, if you look at Beijing, Shanghai, and lots of the eastern cities, they're 30,000, 35,000 per capita income.
I don't mean it that way. I meant in terms of the counterfactual, as in the efficiency of the government or the ability of the government to get decisions right, even if it makes mistakes after that. That's the part that I was talking about.
I think if you look at certain parts of China, I think you'll get that kind of analogy as well, right? There are a lot of cities that have done really well. There are a lot of cities that have done poorly. I think as a whole country, let's say without the state mobilization, without the state initiation, without the state coordination, I don't know. How do you get EVs to be, how do you make a dominant EV car industry within 10 years, right? Again, the costs are there, and we're seeing that in action, right? The overcapacity, the debt issues. Yeah, and finally, 80 EV companies will become 3 in the end, right? But ultimately there's competition in the end. I think that's the kind of lesson that we draw, is that industrial policy leads to ultimately more competition. Could be a good one. I don't know. I mean, these are the things that we should focus on. But again, it's also, the government has done lots of things right and many things wrong, and we tend to focus on the things that are wrong. And also, if we look around the world, I argue there are plenty of governments that are making serious policy errors without having China's political system, right? So I do believe that there are a lot of critiques we can put on China for the bad policies in the recent years in particular, but I don't think they have made China collapse. I don't think they're outrageous by the norms of what we're seeing around the world. I think there were policy errors, there are conceptual issues, but again, it's not that bad to put into perspective. And again, you have to also look at the end result. Again, DeepSeek happened not in times of comfort, but in times of crisis. And the dynamism that are still there, despite the economic weakness, I think it's still indicative that something has gone right. So finally, to conclude, again, I want to say the pendulum swings, right? A few years ago, yes, maybe I think they have gone a little astray. And your talk was about populism. There were some populism tendencies, right? But now, 2 years back, they're focused squarely on economics again, right? All about consumption and growth and coming back and how to react to. So we don't talk about common prosperity anymore, right? The whole Marxist-Leninist rhetoric doesn't really feature very prominently anymore in China. So this pendulum is all, and I said that 2 years ago, and people didn't convince people, but it is swinging back. So to summarize that, I'd say more Mao in times of confidence and more Deng in times of crisis.
Very good, very well put. And thank you very much. Prof, this has been an education. Thank you very, very much. Give it.
Very much, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder that tomorrow we're starting at 9:30 with breakfast starting at 8:30, right here. Not at CGD, but right here in the Preston Auditorium. Thursday and Friday sessions are here.